very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure for me to welcome all of you in the world's biggest Olympiad, the 9th International Young Chef Olympiad. Ladies and gentlemen, Young Chef Olympiad is not just a competition, but it's the biggest orchestra of passion in the world. It is organized by sheer determination, madness around, and this is exactly what Young Chef Olympiad is all about. YCO is not about winning or losing. YCO is about friendship. YCO is about camaraderie. YCO is about bonding. YCO is about taking friends for life, and this is what Young Chef Olympiad is all about. Young Chef Olympiad is definitely, hands down, the best competition in the world. But it's the place where the world meets the world. It's the place where you make bonds for life. It's the place where you make memories for life. And this is what Young Chef Olympiad is for us. And for Team IIHM, what we bleed is YCO. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world's biggest culinary Olympiad, the 9th International Young Chef Olympiad. Before we start, may I request all to please stand for the Indian National Anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, I'd now like to call upon Mr. Ronald Scott, our Principal Advisor for Young Chef Olympiad and member of International Hospitality Council London, all the way from Edinburgh, to give us his opening remarks for the event. He could not travel here, citing his health. However, he joins us on live, on Zoom, all the way from Edinburgh. Mr. Ronald Scott, for you. Over to you, Ron.
Good morning. Good morning, our competitors and
yes. In Scotland, we have a Gaelic saying, "Sied Mil Fierch," and means 100,000 welcomes. So I say to all of you this morning, Sied Mil Fierch to Young Chef Olympiad 2023. I've had the pleasure of being a part of the Young Chef Olympiad since its inception in 2015. And it is indeed a great honour to be addressing you on this very auspicious occasion, though sadly not in person, but by video link. It is 3 years since this amazingly unique culinary competition for aspiring young chefs from every corner of the world took place here in India. And isn't it great to be back once again? Thanks to the fantastic support from all our partner colleges and institutions and universities, our organising council was able to maintain the spirit of the YCO over the past 2 years, albeit on a virtual platform. This, I can assure you all, was very challenging, but the amazing thing was it worked. And now we are back live. Over 50 countries are represented here this year and have travelled in some cases very long distances and spent many, many hours in the air to get here. Last night, I spent some time finding out how many miles our competitors and their mentors are likely to have travelled. And my findings suggest that Team India, represented by Norin Sheikh, has travelled the shortest distance, but still over 800 miles. But this pales into insignificance against Team Colombia, represented by Juan Gallego, who has flown nearly 9,500 miles to get here. These distances, by the way, are based on air miles and that you're flying in a straight line. No matter how far you've all traveled and how long it took you to reach Delhi, you are all most welcome. Competing in the YCO, as Abdullah has just said, is not just an experience, but it's an adventure and an opportunity of discovery. Over the next 7 days, each one of you will meet and make so many new friends. And we all know from past experience that many of these new friendships do not finish in a week's time, but last for much, much longer. However, it's not just about creating friendships, but also about experiencing and learning from the cultural exposure here in India, a country of so many vivid colors and fantastic hospitality experiences. When I first came to India 24 years ago, I was told that India comprised 28 states and therefore 28 cuisines. How true that is. Over the years, I visited many parts of India, and every visit offered me new culinary tastes and flavors and experiences. I look back on all these years with tremendous fondness. Over the next few days, these young aspiring culinary students will be tested and challenged to display their skills, their culinary expertise and creativity. And at the end of the 5 days, one of them will be presented with the YCO 2023 gold medal. There are numerous other awards also, but at the end of the day, there will not just be one winner, but there will be over 50 winners. Every young person here today is a winner. Otherwise, they would not have earned the right to represent their country and their college. I wish you all the very, very best, and I do hope that despite the nature of competition, you will enjoy this marvelous experience. Work hard, but keep smiling, and you'll all achieve great things. Namaste. Back to you, Abdullah.
Well, we are missing you this time here in India. This is the 9th edition, and this is the first time that you're not with us, but we know that you're here in spirit, with heart, and with all your mind. Thank you, and we love you, Ron. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, well, we welcome again, and here we are to begin and to salute the biggest congregation of young chefs anywhere on our lovely Mother Earth. My name is Abdullah Ahmed, and here we are, 53 countries that have traveled across the globe to participate in the world's biggest culinary Olympiad, the IIHM 9th International Young Chef Olympiad. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All right, here we go. Put on your hands together for the first country, Armenia, represented by Yerevan Craftsman State School, Ko Ravitisyan and Arbi Garakhani. Put on your hands together for Australia, Salford College, Juicy Pork and Adrian Brown. Woo! Please welcome Azerbaijan Culinary Arts Center Albert and George Smith. Come on, everybody! Come on! Woo! Put on your hands together for Italy. Ipsa Armando, Gabriel Colombo, and Antonio Cantrella. Come on, everybody! Ladies and gentlemen, put on your hands together for the host country, India! International Institute of Hotel Management. Naveen Seth, Sudipta Majumdar. Please welcome Iran, Bena Zoberi from Sana Sania Culinary Academy. Indonesia, Bandung Institute of Tourism, Willie Leonard, Sonjana Ali Suganda. Jordan, the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts, Emma bin Hisham and Jihan Hekmat Farhan. Kenya, Boma International Hospitality College, Joseph Chiari and Christopher Richard Burton. Please welcome Luxembourg, Hotel School Luxembourg, Timothy Felician and Alan Hostad. Truly Asia, please welcome Malaysia, Taylor's University, Yatin Farooq bin Othman. Come on, everybody! Woo! Please welcome Mauritius, Mauritius Institute of Training and Development, Selva Pidiachi and Muthuswamy Annabelle Murray. Please welcome the beautiful island nation, Maldives. The Maldives National University, Mariam Hashma and Fatima Alma. Please welcome Madagascar, Hotel Madagascar, Nambi Ninso, Orlando, Lala Rosia Ogai. Please welcome Nepal, Academy of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management, Sukyan Thapa and Surya Mahat. Put on your hands together for Namibia, Silversoon Hospitality Academy, Gail Cyril and Terence Keith Jenkinson. Please welcome New Zealand, Tapu Kenga, Michelle Jane and Frank Pasquates. Please welcome Netherlands, Rob Mondarian, Nies Blanquer and Jody Ramakers. Please welcome Nigeria, CMK Culinary Arts School, Hope Shenanigans and Tubetu David Ochin. Please welcome Oman, National Hospitality Institute, Mariam Yasir, Harun Rashid, Abdul Al Falushin. Come on, everybody! Put on your hands together for Portugal, Turismo de Portugal, Escolas, Atrito Lamoso, Alexander Candio Marcus Ferreira. Please welcome Switzerland, BHMS Business International Center of Uzbek Culinary Arts, Shokuzon, Umidot, Ibrahimov, Kamdamov Akmat. Uganda, the Cooking School Uganda, Roshan, Nabu Kenya and Henry Francis. Please welcome Wales, Cardiff and Wales College, Benjamin David and Inick Cloudy Cotiar. Please welcome Jim Bowley, the Hospitality School, Elisa Shipare, Tendai Nyake Wetu. All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are the world's best 53 countries who've traveled across the globe to compete for the next 7 days, 5 cities, 1 title, and a cash prize of US $5,000 and loads of memories for life. May we give a big round of applause. And we have the Tiger Chef walking in. The Tiger Chef, the mascot. All right, everybody. Woo! All right, there's the Tiger Chef. Everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the Tiger Chef, the mascot for the Young Chef Olympiad, the 9th International Young Chef Olympiad. Come on, everybody, big round of applause. Everybody. That's the Tiger Chef shaking hands with all the dignitaries. Big round of applause, everybody, for all the countries that have traveled from different parts of the world. All right, thank you so much. I'll request everybody to take your seats. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Requesting everybody to take your seats. We've got the Tiger Chef here, the mascot of the event, requesting all the contestants and mentors to take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, well, these are the world's best chefs from around the world. 53 countries traveled from different parts of the world. Somebody has traveled from 9,000 kilometers and so on and so forth, and have made sure that they travel from every corner of the planet to participate in the world's biggest culinary Olympiad, the 9th International Young Chef Olympiad, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll request everybody, all the contestants and mentors, to take your seats. And as we proceed to honor our guests and to welcome them to India, we have a performance dedicated to your honor. Aswini Anil, a third-year student of IIHM Delhi, is an expert dancer of Bharatnatyam dance form. And here she is. We now presents Ganesh Stuti, which extols Ganesha and seeks his blessings. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Bharatnatyam dance to honor today's best 53 countries, an International Institute of Hotel Management presentation.
मुदाकरात मोदकं सदा विमुक्तिसाधकं कलाधरावतं सकं विलासि लोकरक्षकं मुदाकरात मोदकं सदा विमुक्तिसाधकं कलाधरावतं सकं विलासि लोकरक्षकम् अनायकैकनायकं विनाशिते भदैत्यकं नदाशुभाशुनाशकं नमामि तं विनायकम् अनायकैकनायकं विनाशिते भदैत्यकं नताशुभाशुनाशकं नमामि ते तरातिभीकरं नवोदितार्कभास्वरं न मत्सुरारिनिर्जरं न ताधिकापदुद्धरं न ते तरातिभीकरं नवोदितार्कभास्वरं न मत्सुरारिनिर्जरं न ताधिकापदुद्धरं सुरेश्वरं निधीश्वरं गजेश्वरं गणेश्वरं महेश्वरं तमाश्रये परात्परं निरन्तरम् सुरेश्वरं निधीश्वरं गजेश्वरं गणेश्वरं महेश्वरं तमाश्रये परात्परं निरन्तरम् परात्परं निरन्तरम्
Big round of applause. That was, ladies and gentlemen, an International Institute of Hotel Management presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce you to the CEO of International Hospitality Council and the Young Chef Olympiad, the chairman and the group CEO, IIHM Indy Smart Group worldwide. A visionary, a leader, and the man who dreamed of this initiative some 10 years ago in a pub in London. Sharing that evening with Professor David Foskett, with his dare-to-do style of operation, from a small conversation that evening on a table with Dr. Bose and Professor Foskett there, here we are at the 9th edition of the world's biggest culinary Olympiad anywhere on the planet Earth. That's brought 53 countries under one roof, beaming the event globally on our dedicated channels with over 3.3 million subscribers. We always proudly say there are only 3 places in the world where you get to see the whole world under the same roof. 1, if you're a part of the Olympics committee. 2nd, if you are a member of the organizing committee of the soccer games of football tournament. Or 3rd, if you are anywhere associated with the Young Chef Olympiad. Ladies and gentlemen, put on your hands together for Dr. Suborno Bose. Before I call upon him, may we have a small AV to introduce him to you. May we have the AV, please.
Dr. Suborno Bose, a brilliant chartered accountant and founder of Indy Smart Group Worldwide and IIHM, is a first-generation entrepreneur, champion of sustainable development goals, author, global speaker, and a hospitality icon. He is the man behind the Young Chef India Schools and the famous Young Chef Olympiad, which is the largest culinary Olympiad in the world where over 55 plus countries participates and that promotes young culinary talent across the world. He is also the CEO of the International Hospitality Council, London, and initiated the International Hospitality Day celebrated every year on 24th of April. Dr. Bose conferred the Hall of Fame award to Mr. Ratan Tata, Chairman of Tata Group, in 2017 on the occasion of International Hospitality Day. Dr. Bose believes in striving hard to provide the best platform in tech education in every field. Therefore, he founded EduGuy, an online education and admission platform. He has authored the famous book, The Art of Hospitality, an engaging read that explores many facets of hospitality and has made relevant contribution to the book, Managing Complexity and COVID-19, among others. Dr. Bose is a prolific speaker and has spoken in several international and national conferences and business meets. Dr. Bose has received many prestigious awards, including the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leader of Asia Award in the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia. He also received the ET Now Business Leader of the Year Award in 2020, acknowledging and applauding his pioneering vision of giving a new meaning to hospitality education.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put on your hands together for Dr. Bose.
Namaskar. Good morning, world. It's such a great, great occasion for all of us, ladies and gentlemen, the young chefs of the world, all the mentors, the most respected and esteemed lineup of the judges from all over the world, and all the guests out here, dear students, Team IHM, and everyone. It's such a great honor for me to come back again physically after 2 years, because the last 2 years was virtual, and even COVID didn't stop us from doing the Young Chef Olympiad quite well. So welcome to the 9th International IHM Young Chef Olympiad 2023. And it was such a heartbreaking time to see all the young chefs physically coming up, marching with the national dress, with the flags, and going up onto the stage once again. Nothing can be as moving as this, because the vision of this Olympiad is to bring the young people of the world together. Young people are the future. Young people are the people whom we should nurture. And young people of the world should come together in a world which is so divisive. It is even more important this year because in a post-pandemic world, this is possibly the first culinary Olympiad happening anywhere in the world. So we are very proud to be a part of history today, why we take the first step today on 29th of January in this opening ceremony. And this is going to be an absolutely historical Young Chef Olympiad. We have learned a lot in the last 8 years, and we had the support and the blessings of some of the best people in the industry globally. This Young Chef Olympiad has helped so many people in the world in the past, and the only thing, as Professor David Foskett always say, to be hospitable is to be human. And I think the Olympiad is the human face of hospitality. It's the human face of the world which is made of young people. We are fiercely committed to the development of the young leaders. And today, I just repeat the same thing to the future leaders of the culinary and the hospitality world. What a great time we had for the last 9 years, and it's my great fortune to lead this with the team. And this is an excellent team, and without the team, it's absolutely impossible to get 50+ countries, the logistics, 6 cities, and huge amount of coordination for the last 6 months. This would not have been possible without the support of all of you. But more so, I'd like to name Professor David Foskett sitting here as the chairman of the grand jury, Ron Scott, the principal advisor, and the core team of the Young Chef Olympiad, and all the judges who has come from all over the world to judge, which is possibly the most exciting young culinary event anywhere in the planet. Sustainability is a theme this year, like it was last 2 years, because we need to synthesize the young people of the world. The COVID have taught us even more that without the sustainability, without the SDG goals of the United Nations, we cannot proceed. The world cannot proceed, and the hospitality and the culinary industry is even more important. So everything that we do here, we embrace the principles of sustainability, because everyone in the world have to embrace this in order to make sure that we survive and we thrive, and the world don't come to a sudden end, because if we don't, then it will. So again, my huge appeal to all the young people sitting here and elsewhere. I think millions and thousands on the social media as we are talking in this, on that please make sure that sustainability is no more a luxury, it's a necessity, it's a part of our life, and without that, we may not go on for a very long time. So today, as we celebrate the opening ceremony of the 9th International IHM Young Chef Olympiad 2023, let me once again tell all of you how grateful, how thankful, how blessed we all are to have you in this incredible India. And it is something that we dream for one full year, and it then comes true one day, and today is the day. So thank you very much for being with us. We'll have a great time for the next 7 days, not only in the competition, but also about bonding, about creating new friends for life, about networking, about creating a better world for the young people to take over. And that is what Young Chef Olympiad is all about. So thank you very much, and namaskar once again from me and the entire team of the Young Chef Olympiad. Namaskar.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bose. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Subarna Bose, and moving forward, allow me to introduce you to the next personality, Professor David Foskett, MBE. He's the chairperson of the jury for YCO 2023, previously the dean and head of the London School of Hospitality and Tourism at the University of West London. Professor Foskett is a respected member of the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts, Craft Guild of Chefs, and a fellow of the Institute of Hospitality. He has received a number of awards, including Chevalier d'un Ordre du Mérite Agricole from the President of France in 2007. In 2015, he was named National Hero by the Craft Guild of Chefs for his long years of service promoting the hospitality industry. Let's watch a small AV, a glimpse of the legend called Professor David Foskett.
We welcome Professor David Foskett to the 9th International IHM Young Chef Olympiad 2023. Previously Dean and Head of the London School of Hospitality and Tourism at the University of West London, Professor Foskett is a member of the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts, Craft Guild of Chefs, and a Fellow of the Institute of Hospitality. In 2005, he was awarded an MBE by Her Majesty, the late Queen. In 2007, Chevalier dans l'Ordre du Mérite Agricole from the President of France. He is co-author of Practical Cookery Levels 1, 2, and 3, Theory of Hospitality and Catering, Food and Beverage Management. Currently Principal Associate at David Foskett Associates, Hospitality Consultancy Education and Training. Education sits right at the heart of ECO and provides the platform for Global Connect.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor David Foskett.
Hi, good morning everyone. On occasions like this, I don't write anything down because I don't speak from the head, I speak from the heart of something that I very much believe in and what we're all here for in the next 7 days. We are here for the future of hospitality and the young people and the next generation that we will pass on to make this hospitality industry survive globally. With the conference on sustainability, which is so important, as we know, and sustainability and the environment is very much on the agenda of young people. They remind us daily that we should protect the planet. But more importantly, this is about friendship. It's about bringing together young people throughout the world who have the same interest in hospitality, in culinary arts, in friendship and peace. We bring people together. And we've heard from Ron, who is a great administrator, that I'm so grateful to have him as advisor. He does so much work in the background, and he welcomed us in Gaelic. Well, I'm going to welcome you now in Irish Gaelic. Cé míle fáilte, 100,000 welcomes. And I do hope, George, I've got that right. Have I got it right, George? Yeah. Yeah, so 100,000 welcomes. And special thanks to the judges who have come from different parts of the world, who give up their time, who must be totally fed up with the emails we send them, bombarding them. But we must congratulate them and thank them for their time and for their expertise in coming together in these next 7 days. And they have obviously a very difficult task ahead of them in picking the winners of the various categories. But it's so important that we are together, and it feels so good after the pandemic. And the pandemic hit us all badly. But IIHM managed to get through the last 2 years of the Young Chef Olympiad by a virtual competition, which at first I didn't think was ever going to work, but they did. They made it work. Dr. Bose and his team made it work, and it was a success. And it gave us hope. It gave us hope for the future when we were all in the darkness of the pandemic. And now today, the light has shone on us once again, which is so, so important. But we know the importance of hospitality to the various economies, the national and global economy throughout the world. But you know, during the pandemic, one thing that really had hit home to me was the importance of hospitality to our well-being, our welfare. Because when you walk down the high street and everything was locked down, it was so miserable. We couldn't socialize with people. We couldn't have a drink with people. We couldn't go into a coffee shop. We couldn't get a lunch. It was miserable. And that affected all of us, our mental health. And you know, the hospitality industry is so important, not because of jobs, not just because of our economies, but to be hospitable is to be human, and to be human is to be hospitable. It's so important for our welfare and our well-being. And that's what I want to hit home to governments throughout the world. That hospitality is important. It's important for our humanity. And I want to thank all the competing countries, again, for them for giving up their time, for coming to India, the home of hospitality. India has the DNA in its blood of hospitality, and we're going to experience that in the next 7 days. And thanks to you all. Thank you for all competing. And isn't it great to be back in India? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Foskett. Thank you so very much. That was Professor David Foskett, ladies and gentlemen. And it's my honor to introduce, we've got a video from Lord Karan Bilimoria, CBE DLFCA. He's the Chancellor of University of Birmingham. He was to come to India, but citing his last-minute schedules, he could not fly. So he's very kind to record a video for all of us, for all of you, and for all the contestants and mentors who've traveled and taken the effort to participate in the world's biggest culinary Olympiad. May we have that video, please?
Delighted to be speaking to you at the opening ceremony of the Young Chef Olympiad. My heartiest congratulations to Dr. Suborna Bose, who I met through Professor David Foskett, someone I've known for many years, a legend in the hospitality and catering industry worldwide, the author of the Theory of Catering, which I've had the privilege to write the foreword to for many years. I wish I could be with you in person, but I know this is going to be a very inspirational time, and it is my privilege to launch the Lord Bilimoria Rising Star Award. These are the chefs of the future. These are the youngsters of the future. This is the talent of the future. And this is taking part around India, in Hyderabad, the city of my birth, where I attended my first school, where I also attended the Hyderabad Public School, where I attended Osmania University before I came to study in the UK. It's being held in Bangalore, the city where I started Cobra Beer, the brand that I founded in 1990. Today I'm proud to say a household name in the UK, and I would say humbly and proudly the most famous Indian brand of any kind in the United Kingdom, known and loved by the British public in every corner of the United Kingdom, in England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. This is being held in Pune. Pune, a city that I visited recently to visit the Serum Institute of India, owned by my friends Cyrus and other Poonawalla, the largest vaccine manufacturers in the world. It is being held in Delhi, a school I attended in Delhi as a young boy, and a city that I have been to, lived in with my parents when my late father, General Bilimoria, was posted there over the years. And so Delhi, Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, and last, of course, Goa, one of my favorite places on this planet, where my cousin lives as well. So this is a competition that I know is going to be inspirational. I wish all the contestants the best of luck, and I look forward to hearing the results, and I know that what is going to happen now is going to be, in many, many ways, a transformational and a life-changing experience for the individuals involved. And thank you for giving them this opportunity for nurturing the talent of the future. Hospitality is an industry that is global and affects every one of us everywhere in the world. I'm proud to be part of the hospitality industry. Thank you very much. Thank you again to Dr. Sburnabose and IIHM. It's my great pleasure and privilege to speak to you at the closing ceremony of the
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And a big round of applause for Lord Karan Bilimoria, who was very kind enough to record this video for us and for all of you who've traveled from different parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, now, put on your hands together for the grand jury of the world's biggest culinary Olympiad, as I call the names in random order, and I'll request them to join me on the stage here as I call the names. Put on your hands together for Chef John Crockett, Senior Judge. Come on, everybody. Chef John Crockett. Chef Henry Brossi, Senior Judge. Chef Brossi, please come in. And I'll request Chef John, if you could come here. Chef Henry, Senior Judge. Chef Stephen Carter, Senior Judge. Chef Stephen Carter. Chef Rocky Sethi. Big round of applause, everybody. Chef Manjunath Moral, Judge. Chef Manjunath. Chef Mario Pereira. Chef Mario Pereira, Chef Garth Strobel, Senior Judge. Wood. Chef John, there he comes. Chef John Wood is the chief judge. Put your hands together for Professor David Foskett, chairman of the jury, Young Chef Olympia. Chef Andres Muller, co-chief judge. Chef Andres Muller. Big round of applause for Chef Andres. Co-chief judge, Chef Paul Jervis, chief adjudicator. Big round for Chef Paul Jervis. Chef Vincenzo Oliveri. Senior judge, Chef Peter Jones, judge and research chair. Chef Gary McLean, senior judge, all the way from Scotland. Please welcome Chef Sarah Hartnett, judge at YCO. Chef Russell Bateman, judge at YCO. Chef Dr. Parvinder Bali, judge at YCO. Chef Vineet Manocha, judge at YCO. Ladies and gentlemen, and there are a few judges who have joined us online and who could not be present in the opening ceremony. Paul Walsh, adjudicator. Chef Abhijit Ghosh, deputy chief adjudicator. Chef Abhijit Saha, Chef Rahul Arkelkar, Chef Sean Senvorde, Chef Pati Rao, Chef Dharmender Lamba, Chef Anupam Gulati, Dr. Zenobia Nadir Shah, MBE adjudicator, Miss Kulsum Hussain, adjudicator, and ladies and gentlemen, the pillar and the strength of Young Olympiad, Mr. Ronald Scott, principal advisor. Big round of applause for all of them. And now, may I request the chairman, CEO of IIHM Hotel School, Dr. Suborna Bose, to kindly join the panel for unveiling the trophy. Big round of applause, everybody. Woo! May I request Dr. Bose and everybody to kindly come near the trophy, and if I can have an extra mic, which I'll give it to Dr. Bose. Bear with me for a second. All right, Dr. Bose, over to you.
It's such a great pleasure to be once again on the dais with all the colleagues out here, the esteemed judges, and here is the trophy, the most sought after trophy, the gold trophy of the Young Chef Olympiad 2023. So we're going to unveil this trophy now. That's it, Abdullah?
Yes.
Going to okay, right.
All right, big round of applause, everybody, as Dr. Bose unveils the trophy. and gentlemen, this is the trophy, the gold. That everybody is going to fight for. All the hard work that you've done in the last couple of months, all the travel and all the endurance you've done is for this one trophy, which will determine who, takes home and who is the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, as we play the YCU anthem, I'll request everybody to place your hand on your heart as we play the YCU anthem. This is the anthem that connects us all. This is the anthem that brings us all. May we have the anthem, please?
We are the champs, we are the young chefs. We dare to do, give it our best. We light the fire, sizzle and bake. Heart's desire, passion on a plate.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request all the judges to hold the trophy and come together and hold each other for a good photograph. And for all the 3.3 million people who are watching this on a Facebook page, all of you, if you could come together, hold each other. This is the trophy that, everybody has traveled to. Big round of applause, everybody. Woo! $5,000 and this one big trophy is what you all have come here for. But bigger than that, as I said, YCO is not about winning and losing, but YCO is about friendships, it's about bonding, and it's about making friends. Thank you so much to all the jury. Thank you, Dr. Bose. Thank you, everybody. And I'll request, yes, Dr. Bose is holding the trophy. There he goes. Woo! And, we've got one more unofficial anthem that John always does, and I'll bring him here on the mic to do this. All right, there you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure once again to be back in India and see all of my friends we've met over the years. And I wish everybody the very best. And obviously now being part of a judge, it's been a great honour to be here this year in India. Back in Wales, we've got a little anthem, and some of you may know it, but obviously we've had 2 years of a gap. But I'll have to just try and show you. It's Ben here. Where's Ben? Ben, come and give me a hand with this. Come on. Right, okay. When we go to our rugby internationals on a Saturday, which are going to be starting on the 2nd of February, we raise the spirits by calling this anthem Oggy, 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 okay? So what I want you to do is to raise the roof of this auditorium today. All right, and which is part of the spirit and why we're here with YCO. So if I go Oggy, 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 you shout back oi, oi, oi. If I shout one, I shout two. You just follow. Is that okay? Are we ready?
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Oggy, Oggy, Oggy.
Oggy, Oggy, Oggy.
Oggy, Oggy, Oggy.
Oggy, Oggy, Oggy.
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 Oi.
Oggy, Oggy, Oggy.
Oggy, Oggy, Oggy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for all the grand jury out here. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए इन सबका. Big round of applause. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Bose. I'll request everybody to take your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, Indian hospitality is known around the world, and we've got young students from different schools of Delhi NCR to welcome our contestants from different parts of the world. All of you have really worked hard. And while you were working hard to prepare for this competition, our school students from Delhi were preparing hard to welcome you. The first school that is coming up is DLF Public School, Sahibabad, run by the Darbari Lal Foundation, a trust in the memory of Sri Darbari Lal Ji. DLF Public School is the first institution set by the DLF Trust. From a humble 16-room building in 1996 to a sprawling integrated complex spread over 5 acres, it has seen phenomenal growth in size and caliber over the years. The school endeavors to better itself with each step to reach excellence by looking inwards to excel outwards. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have DLF Public School, Sahibabad, performing Odissi and Kathak dance form only for you. All right, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful performance. Absolutely well coordinated, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Well, Young Chef Olympiad is unable to move forward without our lovely sponsors. People who open their hearts, people who come forward, people who open the doors for YCO. And just to call it's done, and it's because of our lovely sponsors, this event is possible at this magnitude. Spread across 6 cities, crisscrossing, covering thousands of kilometers, and a planning of over 9 months. This event is live because of our lovely sponsors. It's my pleasure to thank our sponsors. We thank our tourism partners, the Ministry of Tourism, Delhi Tourism, Karnataka Tourism, Telangana Tourism, Kerala Tourism, Maharashtra Tourism, Madhya Pradesh Tourism, West Bengal Tourism, Haryana Tourism, Goa Tourism, Andhra Pradesh Tourism, Gujarat Tourism, Rajasthan Tourism, our hospitality partners, Asian Travel Company Private Limited, Delhi, Radisson Hotels and Resorts and Park Inn by Radisson, Roseate Hotels and Resorts, ITC Moria Hotel, New Delhi, Pride Plaza Hotel, Aerocity, New Delhi, Hilton Garden Inn, Saket, New Delhi, Massive Restaurants, Delhi, the Leela Palaces, Hotels and Resorts, Crown Plaza Today, New Delhi, Okla, McCain Food Services, Novotel Hotel, Kolkata, Hyatt Regency, Kolkata, Altair, Kolkata, Fairfield by Marriott, Kolkata, ITC Hotel, Kolkata, JW Marriott, Kolkata, Taj Bengal Hotel, Kolkata, The Grid, Kolkata, Refinery 091, Kolkata, Glenburn, Kolkata, Cook Me, Kolkata, Bisque Farm, Calcutta, Bisque Farm, Kolkata, Madhu Reno Foods, Sri Krishna Sweets, Kolkata, Jalbhora, Saibal Modak, Kolkata, KC Das Sweets, Kolkata, 6 Baliganj Place, Calcutta, the Oberoi Grand, Kolkata, Taj City Center, Newtown, Kolkata, O Calcutta, Vivanta EM Bypass, Calcutta, the Park, Kolkata, Bijoli Grill, Kolkata, Specialty Restaurants, Kolkata, Woodlands Hospital, Kolkata, VRO Hospitality, Bangalore. We've got Novotel Hotel, Outer Ring Road, Bangalore. We've got Ritz-Carlton, Bangalore. We've got Grand Mercure, Gopalan Mall, Bangalore. Nando's, Bangalore. Eat Fit, Bangalore. IIHM Institute of Pathology and Culinary, IIPC, Bangalore. Chocolate House, Bangalore. Hyatt Hotel, Hyderabad, Gachibowli. Hyatt Place, Hyderabad, Banjara Hills. Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Hyderabad, Banjara Hills. Novotel Hotel, Hyderabad Airport. Le Meridian, Hyderabad Airport. Taj Faluknuma, Hyderabad. Taro and Tiger Lily, Hyderabad. Shurloto, Hyderabad. Bloom Hotel, Hyderabad. Istara, Hyderabad. Simply South Restaurants, Hyderabad. Mare Dumilli, Hyderabad. Specialty Restaurants Limited, Pune. Amul, Pune. Farm Studio, Pune. Crown Plaza, Pune City Center. Ibis Hotel, Nagar Road, Pune. Vivanta Blue Diamond, Pune by Taj. Teresine Restaurant, Pune. Lemon Tree Hotel, Pune. Shayadri Hospital, Pune. Amanora The Fern, Pune. Unox India, Pune. The Zuri White Sands, Goa Resort and Casino. Planet Hollywood Beach Resort, Goa. Monica Alcobave, Goa. Asian School of Tea, Goa. Mo Asun, Goa. Tickle Intense, Goa. Downtown Kolwa, Goa. Victor Hospital, Goa. Our beverage partners. Well, the list is still a little long, so bear with me. The beverage partners. Medusa Beer. Sula Wines. Caldera Beer. Pepsi. Grover Zampa Vineyard. Red Bull. Reserva Wines. Wien. 330 Nesti. Martini Gin. Pernod Ricard. Cleanse High. United Breweries Group. Tinto Feni. Ticone Liquor. Horagan Beer. Quaffine. We thank Skol Delhi. Skol International Hyderabad, Skol Jaipur, Skol Bangalore, Young Skol Bangalore, Skol Pune, Skol Goa, Bangalore Chambers of Industry and Commerce, Pune Hoteliers Association, Indore Hoteliers Association, Hotel and Restaurant Association of Telangana State, Telangana Chef Association. Ladies and gentlemen, our other sponsors. Well, American Skills and Personality Development, who's the gold sponsor. Uran Management Academy, platinum sponsor and title sponsor for United World of the Young Chef. Mr. Raghav Gupta for the best vegetarian dish for late Shakuntala Devi Vegetarian Award. Dollar Equipments, Agromech, Libas, gift for judges and YC observers. Jojo International Private Limited, State Bank of India, HDFC Bank, Senco Gold, and we thank our branding partners, Encon, Karukrit, Stepping Stone, Times Group, and Friends FM. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We thank our big sponsors. And may I request you to kindly give a big round of applause for all our sponsors that make this event possible. Thank you. All right, the next school coming up is Delhi Public School, Greater Noida. Delhi Public School, Greater Noida, one of the core schools under the control and support of the DPS Society, New Delhi, commenced its operations effectively in 1998. It has been imparting a holistic education to its lively students under the guidance of dynamic principles since its inception. Delhi Public School, Greater Noida presents to you a Kathak dance form. Absolute stunning performance. That was a lovely performance. Thank you, and a big round of applause for the school, ladies and gentlemen. They've really practiced hard. Moving forward, the next school coming up is Vikas Bharati Public School from Rohini. Vikas Bharati Public School started taking roots since its inception in 1999. Knowledge is power as an ideology is the main source of inspiration for every pupil in the institution. Vikas Bharati Public School, Rohini, presents to you a Bihu dance form.
কেঁচা কেঁচা মৰম তোমাক যাচিমে কাষতে বহুৱায়ে মইনা মিঠা মিঠা চেনে চুমা যাচিমে ৰাতি দুপৰলে মইনা কেঁচা কেঁচা মৰম তোমাক যাচিমে কাষতে বহুৱায়ে মইনা মিঠা মিঠা চেনে চুমা যাচিমে কৈনো বুজিবা তুমি ক'লে মইনা বুজি পাবা মোৰ হ'লে মইনা মৰমনো আচলতে যৌৱনো আচলতে কি ঐ আজি দেখোন নাচনি ঐ নতুন নতুন লাগিছে নাচোনৰ সাজতে অ মইনা জান লাহি কঁকাল ভাঙিছে এই ৰঙা চোলা পিন্ধিলে ঐ মুগাৰী ঘামেৰ আলে ঐ চাই থাকো লাগিছে চাই থাকো লাগিছে আজি
All right, everybody. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now we proceed to the oath-taking ceremony. Well, this is one of the most important ceremonies to do. This is the ceremony that determines and that establishes the fact that we are here to compete in a competition. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to call upon the contestant from South Africa, Amy Christina, to take oath on behalf of all the contestants. I'll request one extra mic and, well, if you could just stand in the front, put it down a little bit, yes. All right, there. We've got Amy Christina, South African contestant, who's going to take oath on behalf of all the contestants. There you go. I'll give this to you. All you got to do is you got to come here, Amy, hold the flag, and you have to read the oath, and I'll hold the mic for you.
Thank you so much. In the name of all competitors, I promise that we shall take part in the Young Chef Olympiad, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them, committing ourselves to the competition with a fair play and true spirit of the Olympiad, for the glory of the culinary world and the honor of our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody, big round of applause. Thank you. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to call Chef Terence Jenkinson from Namibia to take oath on behalf of all the mentors. There you go. Big round of applause, Chef Terry. There you go, Chef. And I'm going to hold this for you. You can hold the flag.
In the name of all the coaches of the Young Chef Olympiad, I promise that we shall commit ourselves to ensuring that the spirit of hospitality and fair play is fully adhered to and upheld in accordance with the fundamental principles of the Olympiad. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you. Thank you so very much. And ladies and gentlemen, now may I invite Chef, our Chief Judge, Chef John Wood, and Chef Sarah Hartnett to kindly come up and take the oath on behalf of all the judges. And of course, this is in continuation to ensure, to run for the gender equality goal number 4. Chef Sarah is joining us, and both of you, if you could stand here. This is the oath that I'll request you to hold, and you can hold this mic for Chef Sarah. Yeah.
Oh, I've got two now.
In the name of all the judges and officials, I promise that we shall officiate Young Chef Olympiad with complete impartiality, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them in the true spirit of hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you. Big round of applause. Thank you, Chef Sarah. Thank you, Chef John Wood, for coming over and taking this oath. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming over. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the opening ceremony of the Young Chef Olympiad and the beginning of the Sustainable Congress. And for this, I would like to invite Dr. Bose to kindly come up and give us the context of this Sustainable Congress on Tourism and Hospitality that starts now, immediately after this. Dr. Bose, if I may request you to kindly come up and share the context of this conference. Big round of applause for Dr. Bose, please.
Hi, everybody. Hope all of you are in full of energy. I could see a lot of energy in the room. And as we change the format this year, because the theme of the Young Chef Olympiad 2023 is sustainability in hospitality and tourism industry globally. So we are very glad that we're going to have a global congress starting right away, and that will go until the evening. And very eminent line from all over the world. And since sustainability is very important, and in the context of the India's presidency to the G20 this year, this is very important that we adhere by the realms of sustainability, more so for our industry. When we talk about sustainability, it's not about only the environmental sustainability, not about the ecological sustainability, but we talk about the social sustainability, we talk about the economic sustainability. And it's very, very important for our industry to have more of social and economic sustainability. Things like quality education, gender equality, supporting the local community, all are very, very important, as much as the things like climate change and environment, which are very important as well. So we have got this amazing array of speakers lined up today who are going to talk on different areas. On the one will be a view from the top, one from the industry voice. There's one from on the quality education, and we have got 3 solo speak also, which are going to be extremely exciting. So to give the right perspective to the Young Chef Olympiad and this educational value, which we all take back to our country with us after the YCO ends, this Congress assumes huge importance. I think India's ascendancy to the presidency of G20 is something we are very proud of, and this is a part of the many mandates that our beloved Prime Minister has given to all of us, especially the educational institution, to carry this kind of sustainability and youth-centric summits, congress, and conferences. So as we celebrate the India's presidency in G20, this is our effort to start this Congress right away. So be with us. This is going to be very, very educational, very exciting, and very interesting. Thank you. And we start the first panel now.
Dr. Bose talking about the context of Sustainability Congress. Myself, Shabnam Haldar, once again welcome all of you out here, our friends, our colleagues, mentors, contestants, the entire world, to the most important, most fascinating, most passionate event for you, for us, for everybody, for the world of every year, Young Chef Olympiad. World sustainability brings together professionals from different industries and businesses who believe in the value of creating a better tomorrow. Such leaders are passionate about sustainability and for each other around us without knowing who and what and where. We have got such panel of leaders today between us who are going to talk on the world being sustainable and where do we hold our accountability and responsibility for carrying forward and doing the same. We care for us, our own selves. That is very, very, inbuilt. We do not have a choice. We have to carry for us, our own self. We carry for the people around us. That's also being quite selfish. You know, my mom, my dad, my kids, my extended family, my better half. We care for them, not too much of choice. But when we are talking about Sustainability Congress, the world is caring for us, and we hold all the accountability and responsibility to give it equally back to them. Every relation is give and take. So when they are working, the world, the panel, the people, the nations coming together and thinking of us, it is very, very mandate for us to take it on our shoulders and work towards giving a better future to the next generation. Without discussing on it much, let's hear it from the people who are actually on the field, doing it every day and every hour, inspiring the world to come together, join their hands, and take it forward. The very first panel is going to talk, so we have named it or tagged it Voice from the Top, who are absolutely in the planning of the strategies from all corners of the world, contributing to make this earth better and further sustainable. So with no further delay, I would like to invite my first panelist of the first panel, Voice from the Top, who are going to discuss on sustainability in tourism and hospitality in India. My first panel, most respected, Professor David Foskett. If may I please request you to be on the stage. We've got Ms. Aradhana Khawala, please. Request you to be on the stage. Mr. Paras Lumba. Professor Peter Jones. A big round of applause for them. We also have got Shri Arvind Singh, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Tourism. We would like to check if we may get him online. And we've got Ms. Jyoti Mayer, who is going to join us online. And the moderator for this session, none nevertheless other than our very dear chairman, Dr. Subarno Bose.
Thank you, Shabnam. I'll go and sit there.
Yes, please. Over to you, sir.
Yes, once again, back to some very interesting discussion on sustainability. and as it is the theme of the Young Chef Olympiad, we'd like to listen from the people who are absolute experts in their own way in promoting sustainability also. And we'd like to listen what's happening in the world, especially on the post-COVID scenario, the post-pandemic, in relation to our industry, tourism industry, travel industry, hospitality industry. And I'd like to start with the lady, if it's okay with Aradhana?
Always.
I know, she'll always say yes, so I have no problems with her. Aradhana, can we just start off you generally? You have been traveling all over the world, aggressive travel, I always tell you, today here, tomorrow there, and you have been a big champion of the SDG goals, gender equality, and so there's a remarkable change in the way we are looking at sustainability as a part and parcel of our life actually now throughout the globe. So we'd like to listen from you and all of these people who has come from all over the world, as you have seen, from Armenia to United States, from A to Z, about what's your feel about this change in the post-pandemic scenario in sustainability. Are we still ready, or there is still work to be done? If yes, what all we need to do?
Excellent. Am I audible back there? Brilliant. Thank you, Dr. Bose, for having me. It's an interesting question, and I don't think there is an easy answer because it's really not straightforward. I find it ridiculous that as an industry, we keep saying that tourism is a force for good, we are the biggest generator of employment, and we empower women. But my question is, why do we feel the need to keep on constantly talking about these things? Are we trying to build self-belief, or are we trying to convince anyone else, right? I don't see the tech sector, mining industry, energy saying the same thing. And that's happening because of a reason. So up until 2019, Dr. Bose, we had 1.4 billion arrivals, international arrivals globally. That's a visitor every 45 seconds. On the flip side, despite having so many international arrivals or even domestic travelers, 50% of all World Heritage sites do not have a tourism management plan. And that's why we came to a situation where there was over-tourism, where the local community was not benefiting, where we were creating jobs, but they were not really the most well-paid or meaningful jobs. So we as an industry have been forever in this state of dichotomy. But the good news is, and I'm irrationally optimistic, I think we are now at a tipping point where all things ESG, so environmental, social, and governance goals, are not a good to have anymore. It is your key success factor. If you're not fulfilling those things, you won't be in business for a long time. Having said all of that, we do have a long way to cover as an industry, because we have, as an industry, travel, tourism, and hospitality, we've still been focusing on making incremental changes, right? That's what I call tweaking at the edges. And that's just not good enough. Because if you're only making incremental changes, you're sticking to trying to stay less bad. When I send off my kids to school, do I tell them, go be less bad today? Or do I tell them, go be good today, right? And what we need to do as an industry is make the transition from less bad to more good. And that is the move from sustainability, which in my opinion is defeatist, to regenerative travel, tourism, and hospitality, where you're adding back to the environment, where you're adding back to the community, and you're adding back to the locals.
Excellent. So less bad to too good. That's the new one which you all learned today. And I'm sure we're going to use this phrase. Aradhana, thank you very much. Come to my neighbor here, Peter. Peter, you have been, again, a globetrotter, been writing, editor of eHotelier, and been very much in touch with what's happening on ground. And we all survived the pandemic, and that's very important. I think we should celebrate that. And we are back in the Young Chef Olympiad. So on the same question, what you feel, especially from the European context, about how sustainability or the importance, the significance, and the understanding, especially among the young people, because young people are the people whom we are all working together. Is it changing? Is it looking brighter? Is it the same? I'd like to listen from you.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. I think that there are things which are definitely changing, and it's being driven from the bottom up. It's being driven actually by the young people rather than those of my generation. They are much more aware, they are much more, I think, in tune with the nature of the zeitgeist at the moment in terms of, well, where are we going? Where is the planet going? And how do we protect ourselves and how do we protect the planet? Because the pressure is coming from the younger generations, then I think there's got to be behavioral change is coming from that level. Where I find there is to use a pretty good old academic word, whereas that dichotomy is actually what we deliver is not quite the same as what their expectations are of the future. We have a mindset which is based on the industry that was pre-pandemic, the industry that was created many, many years ago, and we still maintain that mindset. What we haven't done is we haven't changed our behavior to match the behavior of those of the younger generations. Let me give you an example of that. Even pre-pandemic, I used to use the term conspicuous consumption. What do we do as an industry, especially in things like the hospitality industry, is that we actually sell conspicuous consumption. We sell things to people that will actually come to our properties, they stay in our hotels, eat in our restaurants, and what we're doing is we're actually selling them an experience that they won't get somewhere else, they won't get at home. So what we're encouraging them to do is to consume more when they come to us than they would at home. So we're effectively selling conspicuous consumption. What we've got to try and do is reduce that consumption so that we actually match the expectations of the younger generations, but also we make that consumption much more sustainable. Now that's happening in many cases. We have, for example, in the UK and in Europe, the idea of the 15-kilometre menu. Everything is sourced from within the local area. You're not flying things in from all over the world at different times of the year because you think your clients might want that. You're actually trying to work much more sustainably, much more seasonally. You're actually doing things to reduce the number of air miles that are involved in your food. You're actually trying wherever you can to reduce that level of conspicuous consumption. In fact, you're making a merit, if you like, of actually doing things locally. And that's where I think this notion of social responsibility comes in as well. The more we're actually behaving locally, we're working within our local communities, the more we're actually developing a sustainable behavior. And in the end, it's all about how do we change people's behavior. And as I said, to start with, I think that's coming from the ground up. It's coming from the younger generations who are looking to the older generations to change behavior, because they are much more conscious and aware of the impact that they are having and that we are having, and they are much more conscious of the fact we need to have a sustainable growth path for the future.
Super, excellent. I mean, it's always learning from the young people has helped us. I mean, in my experience, I have learned so much from young people. I still learn every day from young people. And we have with us Mrs. Jyoti Mayal, who is the chairperson of the THSC, and also she is a esteemed member of the YCO Global Advisory Council. She is on hybrid on the Zoom. Is she there? Team?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Mayal, very good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. And I think you are in Nepal, I believe, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, I am.
Enjoying the beautiful country of Nepal. And we have got the team from Nepal here, from the Nepal Institute of Hospitality, representing the Young Chef Olympiad. And yes, you are one of the most important influential in the country, in India, as far as the travel and tourism trade is concerned. having led the THAI and THSC, and of course about your educational pursuit. I'd like to ask you how the travel trade you are seeing is changing, emerging, embracing the sustainable practice, especially in the tourism, especially in hills, mountains, and places like India and Nepal, which we have seen in the past. A lot of unsustainable practices been practiced by the tourist, and we have seen that. I think an excellent exception is Bhutan. I must say, one of my favorite place to visit. So, Mr. Mayal, can I ask you how you are looking at the sustainable future for the tourism?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you once again, Dr. Suborno. It's such a pleasure to be here, and namaskar. And I'll say namaskar Delhi, because today I am in Nepal. Yes, it's a very pleasant January for all of you, and I'm sure everyone is having a great time. And I take this opportunity to greet my esteemed panel with a very warm welcome to the dignitaries and friends there. I'll just put this across. I'll not zero it down to Nepal or Bhutan, but I think sustainability is a evolving thing, and I think it's the largest, biggest word today and it's absolutely a buzzword today, and I think we need to go on that. And while I talk to you, the first thing that comes to my mind is that, I've read that Leonardo DiCaprio once said that our planet's alarm is going off, and it's time to wake up and take action. And I think that's what we need to do. So with this profound line, I would say that in the simplest manner that, it's one of the most pertinent topics of the current times, because sustainability in tourism and hospitality is very important. I'd also like to say that, the word sustainability can no more be considered like a niche topic that we keep discussing and debating all the time. I think time is running at a speed much faster than we can imagine. And we need to inculcate this word, of sustainability in our daily vocabulary. Because I think world over discussions on sustainability heightened in the past 3 years with the pandemic reshaping our world. These culminated, of course, in November 22 in Egypt in COP27. So the COVID-19 pandemic has not only caused huge loss of lives and continues to do so, but it leaves behind a trail, I think, of havoc in the world's economies. And like you just said, I've been a part of the travel industry for nearly 3 decades, and I've seen many cycles of downturn, However, there's never been so much panic and despair and hopelessness as caused by this virus. So the devastating socioeconomic impact of this is going to take years for us to come back to normal. So I think that is what it tells us how sustainability needs to move, not only it's about environment, it's also in societal and climate resilience, in economies, in our businesses. So I think we need to just ensure that there's a robust and sustainable recovery of the tourism sector. I think that's the first thing that comes out of sustainability in my mind. This will, of course, underpin tourism's resilience to be better prepared for the future crisis, because I think the vision needs to be there to be sustainable in the whole format, and not only I think most of us just talk about green energy and we talk about, sustainability environment. I'll also like to say that the situation is quite grim, but the good news is that there's hope. So it is heartening to learn that the world and the millions of discerning travelers residing in it are willing to make a difference. And I think that is why awareness is a very big thing that's coming into the forefront. And a new report where I was reading that the WTTC and the Trip.com group has revealed that 69% of the travelers are actually actively seeking sustainable travel options for 2023. So the report is titled A World on the Move, Changing Consumer Travel Trends and Tourism Trends in 2022 and Beyond, shows that sustainability is a very critical element of the travel agenda, with travelers aiming to reduce their carbon footprint and support the sustainable tourism. Well, additionally, I would also say when it comes to our own country as India, sustainability is about immersive experiences across the exotic lands. And I think India is a beautiful country, and that's how we look at it, which are eco-friendly, benefit communities, and are tailored to ensure that travelers take back lifelong memories. Because I feel the Indian travel experience is all about hospitality of a friend, the knowledge of a local, the service of passionate experts, and an escape to an unexplored paradise. In fact, you know, like this particular Olympiad, which I'm so proud to be associated with, and again, congratulations to you, Dr. Suborno, David, and entire team. We can go a long way into spreading the horizon of sustainable tourism. You know, by giving platform and recognition of young chefs from different parts of the country, we are widening the scope and outreach of tourism. If a chef from a small town in the country is exceptionally talented, she can travel across the world and create an impact and awareness about India. You know, back home, these chefs be the vocal for local and, you know, and pull tourists to different parts of the country. The value chain link that you're actually driving with hospitality and tourism, I think is a huge scope with a far-reaching, it's a far-reaching scope. As association, of course, from THSC and being the president of TAI, it is our duty to start philanthropic initiatives to help indigenous people and conserve the natural beauty of the region. It also should be imperative to make travel as inclusive as possible in a responsible way. With years of experience of more than 30 years, like I said, I think we should go for tourism into a sustainable future, like buy from local, minimize trash, not disturb wildlife, respect traditions and culture, eat locally, not exploit animals, travel by sustainable forms of transport, or even walk around, stay at locally owned accommodations. And all this I've seen, the youth is looking at all this. And I think that is why I think it's going to become a very prominent part of us. So most of these steps towards becoming a sustainable tourist are affordable and helps you to understand the essence of a place. So India, of course, is a huge country, and so are so many more countries, but ours is full of heritage, culture, adventure, and beauty. So I think it's high time we actually start doing everywhere globally to be vocal absolutely for the locals to actually drive this. You know, time has come to incentivize domestic travel to retain these high-spending tourists. Also, we should think about much more from all countries when we are actually getting into sustainability of tourism and skilling, because I think it's going to be playing a very, very important role going further. And because that is what is required. And like I say, tourism never dies for anything. We are human beings. We are not an island. We need people to touch and explore each other. So it's all about experience that we create. And this is how it should be created, so that we move in by the right, setting the right standards for the entire country, all the travelers and the youth to move back. I'll just end by saying that this year, I think, will be one of the action for the travel industry on the climate. It will be how sustainability in travel will no longer simply be judged on stated goals. I think rhetoric turns to accountability as companies and destinations will be forced to put goals into operation, and it will come effective. I think 2023 is the year we are looking forward to. With these, I think I'll just request you to move forward, because I think it's lovely hearing everyone. And I'll just close my address with one thought that comes to me with Albert Einstein's, what he said was, look deep into nature and then you will understand everything better. And I think that's where we need to be to actually exploit tourism right to the word T. Thank you, Dr. Suborno, for having me here.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Jyotimayal. That was super, excellent, brilliant. Tourism never dies. It will never die. We all are here to make sure that it becomes even better, more exciting, more sustainable. And these are the things that we are all here. And I have got a very interesting speaker with me today. And Mr. Paras Lumba, who has been in many action, adventure tourism, and I've heard so much about him. I'd like to listen from you, and we all like to listen from you about your take on what's going on in sustainability and what you feel are the roadmaps. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. Wonderful Aradhana, and of course you, sir, and Jyoti from Nepal. Aiko, everyone. So I am part of an organization called Global Himalayan Expedition, and or GHE. We have been operating in the mountains for almost 10 years now. This is the 10 years for us. And what we have seen is that, being very truthful, look at the lights here today. So it's, do we need so many lights sometimes? Do we need, where is the energy coming from? So when you talk about sustainability, I believe the YCO logo I was looking at, it has those SDGs kind of a mapping. I think SDGs is a wonderful way of showcasing and talking about and where are you heading. And younger generation looks at the SDGs when they look at any kind of project or any kind of future initiative they want to do. And if I'm not wrong, it's SDG number 12, which talks about responsible consumption. Yes. Yeah. So when we started working in the mountain communities, our idea was to provide energy access. Villages which didn't have solar electricity, which didn't have any kind of electricity, we gave them light by taking travelers to these remote areas, and the travelers would actually fund the cost of the solar system, which will go and lighten up these villages. So you're using tourism as a force to bring energy access to the communities which didn't have light. Now this happened 10 years ago with us. So fast forward now, most of these villages, we kind of electrified more than 100 villages in Ladakh. It's an area up in the north of India. And we started our work in the northeast part of India, which is state like Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Arunachal. And over these years, we figured out that when you get energy access, that also, which is solar, you are generating your own energy, you're also consuming it. So there is no wastage here, number one. You're using a natural resource. And then we figured out that domestic tourism increased, and these unheard areas became potential tourism destinations. So they started setting up homestays. So we started working in homestays in these villages. And recently, just a few years ago, we started with a concept called carbon neutral homestays. Well, everyone talks about carbon. We actually make sure we do an action on it. So any traveler who comes to these homestays, of course, currently you don't have electric vehicles in these mountain areas, so you have to travel by a petrol or a diesel vehicle. But once you're at the homestay, when you go around, you do trekking. The water you take bath or use it for food is heated through solar thermal water heaters, so it's solar heated. The electricity is solar. All of these homestays have a greenhouse. So you don't have to go anywhere, just have to go at the backyard, collect your vegetables. And there are improved varieties of vegetables and fruits which are being grown now, high altitude. And then even these houses are passive solar designed. So you get good amount of heat in the winter, so you don't need to have extra heating sources. So when you look at all these things, it actually negates your carbon footprint, which has been, which you have consumed while coming to that homestay. So eventually you balance out the whole thing. It sometimes becomes very scientific for a traveler to understand all these things. But if you give them a picture at the end of a day, like a certificate, when you check out, hey, when you checked out, you drank 23 liters of water, which was heated by solar, your food was sourced from here, and there was hardly any footprint. And that is when a traveler understands the importance of carbon footprint, sustainability, and regenerative tourism. Because, and that is something we have not told these indigenous communities. They already are practicing it. We're just trying to make sure that their practice has become as a tool for awareness for a traveler industry as well. And what we have seen is the resorts near those homestays have started practicing similarly. So, sustainability, and these are good terms we talk quite often, but when you see it practiced on the ground, there's a much bigger belief on how things work out. And yeah, I think that's about it. And even our expeditions which we have led, we have seen that travelers coming on the expeditions, when they go back to their own countries, be it Western or Eastern or even South America, most of them have gone back and have educated their fellow people that how tourism happens. And as per the report, 70% they are looking for sustainability options. Absolutely, I think they're more than that. It's all about talking about it and making sure, even if they have to invest a bit extra on it, which currently I don't think they need to, but even if they have to, they go for it because they understand what it brings to the environment back. So yeah, that's about it, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's a totally different viewpoint, which is excellent. You have actually learned so much from you about sustainable tourism in the ground level, what's happening in the parts of India, Northeast India. I come to the Voice from the Top series, this one, and you were listening to the Voice of the Top, the panel one of the Global Congress, and Professor Foskett. Professor Foskett, sustainability has been one of the things you have been talking much ahead of times, I think, for the last 15 years. And I think one of the things that we learned from the pandemic, from the COVID, is that it's really important in our daily life. So I'd like you to put a light on this, on the SDGs and the sustainability, and why you chose sustainability as the theme for the Young Chef Olympiad. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. I listen very intently to what's been said, and I can't disagree with any of it. It's very interesting because when I listen to industrialists, they have different views. But last week I was with a senior industrialist who's a very well-known chef in the UK, and he's been judging at the Young Chef Olympiad. Unfortunately, he can't come this year, Chris Galvin. And we were talking about the workforce sustainability and what the workforce want. And it's quite different to when we were their age. Their mindset is different. They're very focused on sustainability and different work patterns. And he said he was with a group of senior industrialists the week before, and they were sort of paying lip service. Oh yes, we will do it. He said, no, you do it now. We have to act now. Tomorrow is too late. We have to listen to the young people. And of course, people my age, they always talk about the past. But there was a famous saying from Charles Handy, who was a famous management guru, who said, the past, no matter how glorious, must never get in the way of the future. And the future is different. The future is very different. And the young people know this. And why do we keep banging on about it? We have to. Because a lot of ministers where I am in the UK pay lip service. They pay lip service to it. Like they pay lip service to the importance of hospitality. And I've been banging on about this for the last 40-odd years. And I have a saying, to live is to change, but to grow is to change often. And we have to grow into a sustainability. Our growth in the future has to be through sustainable projects. And what Chris was saying to me last week, that young people, their mindset is different, as I've said, but they ask about sustainability. Where do we buy our ingredients from? Are they sourced locally? They want to know these issues. And also, energy sustainability. Energy sustainability, green sustainability energy, we are 20 years behind in the UK. We cannot rely on what's gone in the past. And we have to think outside the box. We're living in a very different era. And time is running out. As my children said to me, well, you haven't got to worry because in the next 20 years you won't be here. We've got to live with all this. And that's the truth. The young people have to live, and we have to prepare the world for the young people. And the young people have a voice. They have a very loud voice, and we have to listen. Politicians have to listen. As Chris said last week, time is running out. As an industrialist working in central London, in order to sustain the workforce, in order to deliver what young people want, we have to change. And through the educational curriculum, we have to show young people how serious we are through education. And ministers have to deliver. And we know how countries throughout the world are struggling to deliver. But there is no alternative. We have to think outside the box. And we have to grow hospitality. We have to grow sustainability. Tourism is important. We know that. People have an insatiable appetite to travel. That's human beings. But we have to find other ways to deliver the product and deliver what young people want. And we have to grow hospitality, grow sustainable hospitality, and we have to change. To live is to change, but to grow is to change often. And the key message is we must change often to deliver the hospitality and sustainability goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor David Foskett. That was brilliant. We need to change and change often, and that I think is one of the message that all the young people out here in this auditorium, the young chefs from all over the country, can take as a very, very key deliverable today to change and change often. And with that, I'd like to thank all the panelists for the first panel, Voice from the Top. We have listened to some brilliant deliveries, point of view, very different, but all we agree that sustainability is the present, and we need to embrace sustainability in order to live, survive, thrive, and grow. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen here, and of course, Jyoti on the online as well. Thanks, Jyoti. And I'd like to end this session, like to have one of the organizers to come with some mementos here. Yeah. Can we have a group photo, please?
And would request Dr. Bose to felicitate the panelists, please. Professor Peter Jones. Big round of applause for Professor Peter Jones, please. Mr. Paras Lumba. Ms. Aradhana Kuala. Professor David Foskett. Thank you so much, respected panelists. Okay, that was brilliant. Nothing that what was not expected. It was very much predictable to hear such very, very firm and strong oath-taking words from the panel. Going to the next panel, so in the pandemic, entire for 2 years, around 2.5 years, the only thing that was constant and did not change was nature. The nature was living its way very happily and very presentably. It did not bother that anything is going to hamper them. And the only thing that really changed is human emotions. Yeah, for the good or for the bad, for the better or be it stable. But yes, it did change. For a change, we started talking about nature, thinking about nature, embracing nature more than anything or anybody else. So now let's go on to the next panel, where we would listen to the voice of the industrial sustainability, dreaming sustainability, and working on it every day. Again, you're going to hear this again every time I come out here on the dais for a better future generation. How much we say that it is in the hands of the next generation, but we are the ones who are going to lead that next generation to lead it ahead. Okay, so I would take the pleasure to welcome Mr. Kush Kapoor from the Rose Hotels. McCain India, if she's around. Perfect. Welcome to the panel, ma'am. Mr. H.C. Vinayaka. Welcome to the panel, sir. Chef Janud. And Chef Mario Pereira. Moderated to be moderated by a very honorable and very dear Dr. Swarup Sinha. Welcome to the panel, Doc. Let's hear, as it is said, as I mentioned, the voice of the industry, and please note down the highlights. It is going to be important and useful to us somewhere or the other time in near future and times ahead. Over to you, Dr. Sinha.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, a big thank you. And I was listening to the previous session. I think we have the big shoes to fill up. Coming back straight to the topic, in the last 2 weeks, I'm sure some of you who are interested in sports must be watching the Hockey World Cup, which is currently going on in India. And today is the finals, by the way. So other than the hockey, which is happening over there, there's one more thing which is really creating a lot of buzz at the two cities, Rourkela and Bhubaneswar, where it is happening right now. The buzz is on sustainability. I don't know whether you missed it or not. The buzz is on sustainability and the focus is on atmospheric water concentrators. And yesterday only I was reading the newspaper. There was a beautiful article. And the article said that all the organizers who are visiting or who are watching the hockey matches over there are drinking water from the air. The point I'm trying to tell all of you is that sustainability has become such a core and important aspect of our daily livelihood that even if you wish to miss it, we cannot miss it. Dr. Bose spoke about G20. And if you talk about the G20 also, the top 20 countries, which is being headed by India as we speak for this year, contributes to almost 90% of the global GDP. And if you look at travel trade, it's almost 80%. And if you look at the population, we are almost 2/3 of the world population. We have a huge responsibility. These are numbers which can't be ignored. And at the same time, we also need to understand, if you focus on the theme of G20 presidency, it says, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. For my colleagues who have come from abroad, it basically means one earth, one family, one future. And that's what we are all focusing on. We will never get a second opportunity to take care of Mother Earth. And we always say, whatever we do today is to present the Mother Earth to our future generations in a much better way than what we have got it from our parents. But it doesn't happen just because we say it. A lot of effort needs to go into it. And that's what we are here today. We are going to deliberate with all our colleagues who are over here. They're all experts in their own field. But let me also tell you, being sustainable is not going to be easy. My colleagues in the previous panel were saying a lot of talk happens on sustainability, but when it really needs to happen on the ground, not much happens. But what we all need to do is, in whatever smaller way we can, we should be able to contribute so that we are able to, the emotional weight what we are carrying today. The other gentleman in the previous panel was talking that too many lights. Yes, he was right. But what are we doing about it? There's an emotional weight which we are carrying, and somewhere down the line, we need to see to it, in whatever smaller way we can, how we are able to add value. I remember a beautiful quote, which a beautiful African proverb, which Dalai Lama quoted once. Because many people think that we are too small to make a difference. What difference will I make to this global world? What difference will I make? How will I make a difference? I'm just one small person out of the global population. And he said beautifully, he said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. No one is small. It's all about mindset. You have to change your mindset, and that's what makes all the difference. So the panel discussion, what we're going to do today is, I'm going to put it in two separate blends actually. I will request all my colleagues to first give a brief introduction to the topic which has been given to us. So we'll cover all the 5 colleagues in the first 1 minute, and after that, I will engage with them specifics to their specific industry, what they represent, because all the 5 colleagues sitting over here are from service sector, but from different sectors of the service sector. So I'll start with the young lady on the left, and I'll request her to give a brief introduction. Just keep it to time. Let's keep it 1 minute, and later on I'll give you time to speak about some of the specific areas of sustainability. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for calling me young. Made my day. Hi, my name is Saranya. I'm representing McCain Foods. I'd like to thank YCO for inviting McCain to this panel consisting of such esteemed panelists, and look forward to sharing what McCain does in the field of sustainability and also to learn from my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Saranya. Mr. Kapoor.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kush Kapoor. I take care of the brand Roseate Hotels and Resorts. I'm the CEO of the company. We are 6 years young brand right now, 3 hotels in India. It's all owned, managed, run by us, and we got 4 hotels now in United Kingdom. They were all acquired by us as recently as one in Scotland. Thank you so much, and I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot of things from here. Thank you.
Mr. Vinayaka.
Yeah, good morning, or good afternoon. Namaste world and jury, YCO, as well as Dr. Bose and others. My name is Vinayak. I represent ITC Hotels. I look after sustainability piece of this business. And we are about 115 hotels all over India with 6 different brands. And whatever we are doing in this field of sustainability, practical, which is available, anyone can come, learn, share, or improvise our processes are most welcome, which is I'm going to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vinayaka. Chef Wood.
Hi, my name is John Wood. I'm founder and MD of a technology system called Kitchen Cut. 40 years as a chef in the industry, and had the pleasure of working across 5 continents during that time. And sustainability is something that's really close to my heart, and it was great news that YCO wanted to adopt this as a key part of their message they wanted to send. And I'm really excited about the next few days and how we can pull that out.
Thank you, Chef. Chef Mario.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Mario Pereira. I'm executive chef at the Dorchester. I think, first of all, thank you for the great hospitality, India. And to be here is a great honor. And looking forward to talk about this great topic. I think it's something as a child probably we have practiced. I think where I was born, And putting into practice now and make it happen, I think it's our responsibility. So, yeah, looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you all. We'll start with Saranya. And before I ask her a specific question, you know, if I ask each one of you in this room to think about few starchy foods or starchy vegetables, I think one vegetable will be common with all of us. I'm referring to potatoes. That's the organization she refers to. And Saranya, coming back to your McCain, your organization works very closely with the farmers. Can you please share the various initiatives which McCain Food Services are undertaken, specific data points which demonstrates your commitment towards sustainability?
Sure, thank you. All right. So, McCain Foods, when you hear McCain, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Fries? Yeah? So many chefs here must be using so many of our products. Yeah? All right. We identify not just as a food processing or food producing company, we identify as a farming company because we globally, we work with over 3,500 farmers and more than 1,000 in India itself. Small to medium to large farmers. So that's where our journey begins, that's where our story begins, from the humble potato. And for us, sustainability is not just about the potato, but it is about being sustainable across our value chain, be it our agriculture operations, be it our production operations, manufacturing operations, be it the final product that we all love so much, or be it the communities that we work with. We think of being sustainable every step of the way. Now, coming to our sustainability strategy, just like I mentioned, we cover all these 4 aspects in terms of 4 different pillars of our strategy, the first one being smart and sustainable farming. So like you mentioned, we do work with thousands of farmers, and it is very, very important for us that the potato that we produce is produced in a sustainable way. Towards that, we have made some commitments and have made a great deal of progress in achieving those commitments, starting with reducing our CO2 footprint in the production, in the growing of that potato. How do we reduce our CO2 footprint when we are growing in the farms of the farmers? We have committed that we would reduce our footprint by 25% by 2025 with a baseline of 2017. We are halfway there. I'm very proud to share with you that we are halfway there, and we are very sure that we will be able to achieve our commitments in the next couple of years. Talking about water efficiency, we target to reduce the amount of water that we use in producing 1 ton of potatoes by at least 15% in the next 2 years. Again, very proud to share that we have done that. We are there, almost there, and we will be completely there in the next 2 years. We are working with farmers to ensure that the electricity that they use to farm their farms comes from renewable sources. We work with them, we train them, we handhold them so that they use the minimal amount of fertilizers and pesticides required, and to use organic fertilizers wherever possible. That takes a lot of time, a lot of efforts to work, to coach, to train, and to partner with these farmers. We are also working towards ensuring that all our farmers, all our growers, all our partners do implement regenerative agriculture practices in their farms. Now, this is just about the farming part of it. If we talk about the manufacturing part of it, once the potato comes and arrives at our plant, even then we ensure that the electricity that we use to produce the fries that you all love. As of today, a quarter of it is renewable energy. And we aim to be 100% renewable energy by 2030. The water that we use to produce the potato, we ensure that we use the minimal amount of water required to process the potatoes and even recycle 100% of it. Our teams constantly work on optimizing energy usage in our operations, in our upstream and downstream transportations. We are a zero waste to landfill company. Most of the plastic packaging that we use in our operations is designed to be recycled. And the paper packaging that we use, all of it, 100% of it, is designed to be recycled. This is just a glimpse of what we do in our operations. About our food, we constantly work around making it healthier for our consumers in terms of reducing the sodium content on it, in ensuring that we use good quality oil, and also to move away from palm oil as much as possible. And finally, not to forget the communities that we work around. McCain globally and also McCain here in India, we work for and with our communities in terms of our community development projects. We've partnered with so many local homegrown NGOs, and we directly work with close to 2,000 beneficiaries, women primarily, small and marginal farmers, young children, to ensure that as we grow, they also develop with us. Now, this was just to give you a glimpse of what McCain does in the area of sustainability, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions if you have.
Thank you, Saranya. Coming back to Kush Kapoor, now you have been an established hotelier. So my question to you is, with both businesses and the leisure travel picking up pace, Indian hospitality industry is doing exceedingly well in 2022. And everyone is optimistic that the hospitality industry, with the coming of G20 summit to India, will achieve greater heights. Now, would love to have your views on the entire business scenario, how it is growing, how it has been, and what do you perceive about the business as we move ahead?
Thank you. I see the COVID has been tough for all of us, I guess, but post-COVID, I guess, is one of the best eras, if I have to put it across. In my 25 years of career, I've seen the areas or the revenues moving the highest, at least in the country, wherever the hotels I know and the hotel friends I have been with. I see the next decade, which is the next 10 years, is going to be the finest and the best for the Indian hospitality industry. And I have a couple of reasons to talk like that about. So Indians are the largest travelers in the world, which we're all aware of that part. We got the youngest population in the world. The MICE segment, if I talk about, the wedding segment is the largest segment in the world. When I talk about the average age of Indians, it's around 28 and 29, which is a perfect age for anybody to get married. So you can easily take it for next 10 years. And that's the amount of business which the India will hold within itself. We all know about big fat weddings, which happens all across the globe. But on a positive side, the COVID has let those weddings also happen in India because of the visa restrictions. People could not travel abroad. So those weddings still happen in the country out there. When we talk about Indians, we also know that we also have the largest mobile users in the world. We got the largest internet connectivity in the world. And if I talk about G20, this is a perfect correlation for us in India having this conference in India for next 1 year. If you ask me the business on the books, if I talk about this summer months, if I talk about my brand or my hotels, right now which I'm only talking about the business of the books, is going to be much healthier than any healthiest winter season in the country I've seen within the hotels. Thank you.
Thank you, Kush. Now moving on to Chef John Wood. Now, Chef, I came across a beautiful article by one of the chefs called Chef McMaster, and he says that waste is the failure of imagination. Now, Chef Wood, you'll also agree with me that we are the only species on Mother Earth that waste resources. So anything and everything, whatever has to be done by us only. And I also, during an introduction, I heard that you're also working, you have an organization which offers management tools to restaurant entrepreneurs. Now my question to you is very specific. I want to know from you, chef, what are the small steps a chef can take within its own kitchen area to showcase sustainability practices? And the second part of the question is, how does a diner who is coming to your restaurant will get to know that these practices exist and what they expect eating out of the same restaurant? Over to you, chef.
Thank you. I think, there's a lot of chefs in the room here, and we all recognize that, creating sustainability within the operations can be quite challenging. One of the biggest challenges we have in operations at the moment is there's a shortage of chefs. So trying to find time to actually think about sustainability and be able to implement it is always going to be a challenge. But some of the things we talked about already at the moment is what's really important is just making those small incremental changes makes all the difference. If we all do something about this and try to do something about it, it will make a difference. You cannot, the expression I use, you can't eat an apple whole. You can't deal with this completely. So you need to do it in small steps. What's really important is to recognize and understand how you can change and how you can do things within your own business. And that's looking from sustainable suppliers, that's looking at stop using plastic and cling film and tin foil in your kitchens and finding alternative solutions. That's looking at your suppliers and where you're getting your products from. That's looking at your menus and making sure you're cross-utilizing your products so you don't have a huge amount of wastage. I go into a lot of kitchens all the time, and we look at the wastage element, and the food waste is incredible. And what's going out the back doors and in the bins is really quite frightening. And what people need to look at from a chef's point of view is understanding, how do I look and create menus that are sustainable, to utilize and cross-utilize byproducts from these dishes. And I've been doing this for years. We would create dishes and we would say, okay, these are the byproducts from that dish. How are we going to utilize these products somewhere else within the business? And how do we stop throwing things away? I used to have a phrase, and I still get chefs quoting this to me as they walk past me in the street sometimes, is the only thing that should end up in the bins is eggshells and cardboard. And I get that shouted across the street to me by young chefs that have worked with me over the years. And we just eliminated it. In some of our restaurants, we took bins out completely and just put clear plastic bowls in there so we could actually look and have clarity of what's being thrown away. So utilizing products is really, really powerful, and you need to be able to focus on that and think about the wastage, which is a silent killer. If you run your own business, it is a silent killer, and it can make up 5, 6, even up to 10% of your costs that you're putting inside the business. So when people talk about sustainability, a lot of people and restaurateurs I speak to say, yeah, I can't really afford to spend much time on it because we're so short of staff, we're so busy. But actually just doing some simple steps like that will actually, when you spell it out to restaurateurs and you say, you can actually save money by doing this, you can make more profit. And then all of a sudden they're interested. It's like, oh, yeah, more profit. I like that. So I'm interested in that. So thinking about it, not just even from an ethical point of view and what is the right thing to do, but more importantly is you can actually drive the profits in your business as part of that whole process. And like David said, he says, to grow, you need to change and change often. And that is exactly what you need to look at. And there is, there's a lot of, when you work internationally, there's a lot of restaurants that have buffets. And I did an interview recently about, global buffets and how people deal with that. And there is a huge amount of wastage that goes into buffets. And I think Peter talked about conspicuous consumption earlier on. And that is what happens on buffets. People go there, they pay their money, and they want to pile their plates high and thinking about, just taking as much food as they possibly can, irrespective of whether they're going to consume it or not. So what's really important is to think about, for those hotels and restaurants that are doing these all-you-can-eat buffets as part of the whole process, is thinking about what are we doing, how do we do this, and how do we portion control this better and make our customers aware of this. And the second part of the question you asked about, how do you let customers know about this? So we run a technology business and we look at wastage and we track that. And we're partnering with a company that's going to look at CO2 emissions on recipes. It's coming, and it'll be coming to you very soon. So people are looking at creating calculated CO2 emissions on individual dishes. And there's technology out there now that can do that for you. And we're partnering, we're working with Radisson Hotels at the moment, going across Europe, the Nordics, and then into Southern Africa and UAE. And that is then, they want to actually put this forward so you can actually look at and create the CO2 emissions. And so that is one way that you can communicate that out. And a lot of people write on their menus, yeah, locally sourced products, and they don't, and it's not locally sourced, and they advertise these things. But actually, you've got to put your money where your mouth is. And you have to then stand up and actually search and find local producers, local suppliers, so you don't have to have the carriage and the transportation on all these products. And letting your customers know and actually putting on your menus and communicating that out is really, really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef. And I really like what you said just now. Put your money where our mouth is. That is very, very critical for all of us. Moving on to Chef Mario Pereira. Chef, would like to have your views on the emerging concept of the plant-based meal options, which basically is growing at an approximately, growing at a pace of almost 33% by 2025. I'd like to have your views about this concept and how will sustainability play a critical role in this?
Well, I was born as a child in Sri Lanka. Food, what we have been eating as a child was all locally from your own garden or from the farm where I was brought up. And if you take all the meat element out, all the rest is all vegan and it's all plant-based. And now my journey have ended up in Park Lane and putting something on a plate, looking at my journey and my experience. I think plant-based food take a big role on certain cuisine at the moment what we do. And it's quite an important thing as well to respect that and put the ingredients in a right way and have the respect, cook them in the right manner and give it to the guests. And also it's education that we need to give it to our staff, how to cook them, how to respect the food, and on the other hand, guests are more important as well. We need to have that conversation. I mean, as chefs, we used to cook the food and give it to the waiters, and the waiters go and pass on the food to the guests. But the trends have changed. We always go and talk to the guests as chefs and educate them and make them understand what is this plant-based food, what we're using, and how we put food and how we combine certain things together. And that's what we're doing. And it's a process. And I think for us, it works well. And it's a journey that we have started some time back. And it's ongoing, yeah.
Thank you, Chef. Moving on to you, Mr. Vinayaka. ITC has worked on multiple areas of sustainability over the years. Could you share some of the highlights and the goals you plan to achieve in the near future?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Basically, I represent ITC Hotels, is one of the trailblazers in the area of sustainability. We pioneered the concept of responsible luxury. If you see the ITC Hotels, on the tagline is a responsible luxury. There is a story behind it, why we chose luxury and responsibility. Responsible luxury, in a simple term, is providing luxury services without compromising the Mother Earth, which we coined this about 15 years back, precisely 2008. From that day onwards, we started combining luxury with the sustainabilities. So various initiatives have been done. To name few, today the largest hotel chain in the world with maximum LEED Platinum certification is from ITC Hotels. We have about 23 hotels, all our own hotels, which are LEED Platinum certified. LEED stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. Both operating hotel and the new projects, we converted to that particular standard. It primarily speaks about 5 or 6 elements. As my other colleagues were talking, talks about energy, water, waste, site selection, consumables, and innovations. So in all these there are different levels, basic, silver, gold. Most of you may be aware of it. The highest level is platinum. Today I am proud to say that each of our own hotels are platinum certified. This is a lot of work from the team, from the top, the direction from the board, as well as the person who is delivering at the ground. One of the things, as I was mentioning briefly earlier, whatever I'm explaining, anyone is welcome to come and have a look. It is not something a theory or a book. So that's what the thing, various initiatives which we have. I'm just touching on because because of the paucity of the time, I cannot go deep into it. The second is 2030 Paris Agreement, that is COP21, whatever the benchmarks set for the hospitality industries, we achieved last year. That is, this is with respect to the carbon footprint or the carbon emissions. This was done with a lot of basically the hard work from the team, from the entire organization, because today more than 60% of the energy which comes, or the powers, our hotels, all these hotels, are from the renewable energy. Means we have our own wind farms, which produces the power. We have our own solar farms, produces the power, puts to the grid, and each hotel is fed. Like for example in Chennai, I think we may be having the competition in the south, or in Bangalore, or in Mumbai, the hotels are 100% powered by renewable energy. So that whatever the power you are using is we are not burning fossil fuel. Third is when I was meeting to the COP21 is today we are already surpassed 2030 benchmark. We are already reached. Our next goal is to go to 2050, which is 99% or 90% of the emission reduction. One more data point is 10 of our hotels today is net zero carbon hotels. Means we have something like someone has to validate it. I can say I am the net zero, scope 1, scope 2. These are the two things. But this has been validated by LEED Zero Carbon certification. So that means these hotels, whatever the guests who are staying in those hotels are producing zero carbon footprint. How we have done it? What are the process behind it? As I was earlier telling, I can invite Dr. Bose or his other jury members, young chefs, or the participants. Please write to us. Can I have a look? It is easy and it makes business sense. Let me also tell you, we work on the principle of triple bottom line. There has to be a profit, there has to be a prosperity or the planet, and the third one is the people. The balance sheets, yearly what we produce, it is an integrated balance sheet which talks about all these three elements, and it is not only the profitability of the organization. Well, the second part was mentioning is on the water. Today, 100% water is recycled and used. Plus, apart from that, also we have adopted our nearby areas, like in Delhi or in Bangalore or in Chennai. We are adopted in nearby areas when you have an excess water, treated water, good water. Instead of putting in the main drain, we are giving to the surrounding, the neighbors or the surrounding areas. We have engaged with the municipalities, engaged with the golf course, so that there is no waste. Third, as was just mentioning Dr. Sinha about the World Cup hockey one, where they are showing something like atmospheric water generators. We did it about 2 years back in a few of our hotels. Today, the drinking water in those hotels, I'm not saying 100%, approximately 40 to 50% of the drinking water come from atmosphere. Means the moisture in the atmosphere is condensed and it is chilled, filtered and fed to the guest. It is. But let me also tell you, there are technology barriers. It looks very, very fancy and good, catchy word. But it can work only in the area where there is a lot of humidity, like coastal regions. Or in some regions where, in Bangalore, where there is also a lot of rainfall. So those things we have invested, did a pilot, we had a lot of failures. Let me also accept that. But there are many wins. But wins are much more sweeter than these failures. Fourth, on the waste. Today about 99+% of our waste, I'm talking about hotel waste, we are recycling and reusing. Means, one of the beautiful thing is, first there was a waste, say for example kitchen, because a lot of chefs, there are food waste. Even though we are reducing the waste, whatever possible, there will be a waste. What are you going to do? First we did it something called organic waste converters, which converts it and makes into a manure. And that is, but still we thought of what next? Because there are a lot of, even though it looks good, there are some nuisances. If you are not treated or if you are not processed properly, there will be a smell and there are some insects. So to overcome that, we did something called biomethanation plant. Means all these waste converted into a manure, water, a nutrient-rich water which you can use it in your horticulture, and the gas. Today most of our hotels, the canteen, the employees' canteens are run by this gas. So that is a beautiful way of doing it. First we did that, then what next? Then we went to this. Today all our hotels are this. Why I'm saying 99%, there is 1% still left? Because there are certain elements like porcelains. There is no answers. There are something like filaments. There is no answer. So 1% is the one which we are not able to reuse or the recycle. Coming back to the plastic, single-use plastic. About in last 3 years, we have mitigated 100% single-use plastic, whether in terms of bottles, whether in terms of the toiletries, whether in terms of those sachets. So we have, in some cases, 100% eliminated. In some cases, we are recycling them. So last 3 years, that's when we did a counting, it was coming to approximately for about our own hotels, 2.5 lakhs kg of plastic, single-use plastic of one hotel chain. We are not something, an international 3,000 plus hotels. Just imagine when it is escalated to that level, what will be the quantum. 2.5 lakhs, about 150,000, means 1.5 crore of water bottle. There are stirrers, there are various elements. So anything and everything is possible, but it has to be done scientifically. It has to be done first as a small pilot and scale up. So in a nutshell, what I want to say is sustainability is making a business sense. It is not only the things. Number 2, because that is one big barrier most of us will be having. It is when I'm doing this, is it luxury? Is it making commercial sense? Is it, sustainable? Or it is, we don't want or nobody should do any greenwashing. call it as lip service. Just now, one of the panelists were mentioning. It is not a greenwashing, it is not a lip service. It will be the future. Any business to sustain, to progress, this element should be their business plan. With this, thank you. So any is a big topic, so I can engage with anyone in a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vinayaka. And I think just to conclude the session, I think we have also need to ensure the paucity of time, and these sessions can go on and on. But I remember a beautiful quote by an American author, John Baudet, when he says that in school we are taught a lesson and then given a test. And in life, you are given a test that teaches you a lesson. I think sustainability is all about learning from what we do in life. But before I conclude, I want to leave all of you with another 30 seconds with a story which I read. And some of you might have read this story. There was a gentleman who was reading a newspaper early in the morning. And to his surprise, when he was turning the pages, he reached the page of obituary. And he read his own obituary being written over there. He almost fell off his chair. But then he composed and he wanted to read what people have written about him in his obituary. He was very surprised. People have written, the guy who killed so many people is no more. The dynamite king is dead, and so on and so forth. And then he thought to himself, is this the way I want my colleagues, my friends, my people to remember me when I'm not there? That was the day he challenged to himself and he said, I want to change this. And he said, I want to focus on world peace. Some of you might remember whom I'm referring to. I'm referring to Alfred Nobel. I don't want to get into the history of how the Nobel Prize came. But he gave all his wealth in 1895, and from 2001, the Nobel Prize has been there in 5 different fields. The point all of us need to remember is that how do you want the world to remember you when you're not there? When we are there in front of us, everyone says good things. But the real test comes when what people say when you're not there. Thank you all, my colleagues, and I sincerely hope and feel that we have been able to add value. And thank you, and we look forward to meeting you again. Thank you once more.
Absolutely splendid. Thank you so much, all of you. Request you all to be on the stage, please, and request Dr. Bose, if you may please come up to the stage to felicitate the panelists. Miss Saranya, big round of applause for her, please. Mr. Kush Kapoor. Mr. H.C. Vinayaka. Dr. Swarup Sinha. Chef John Wood. Chef Mario Pereira. Thank you so much.
Greetings everyone. My name is Gagandeep. I am the Culinary Director at Rosy Tours and Resorts. So as part of the sustainable initiatives, we recently have started a new concept of hydroponic farm at the heart of the house, wherein we are growing some exclusive variants of lettuce and herbs, which is grown in a soil-free environment. They are all 100% organic, and there is no pesticide which is used for their growing. It is just the nutrient-rich water which they grow in, which is rich in calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus. Please, you can have a look. There is some wonderful Swiss chard which is growing out here. You can see some stevia. There is red sorrel. You have the kale, wonderful basil. See the size of the leaves. Wow, it's so beautiful. And all this produce goes directly to our outlet at Dell.
Excellent. So what you have seen on the screen right now is the effort that IHM have started taking compared to any other institutional premises that we have started with the hydroponic farming in our own campuses, such that we do what we preach. There is a very thin line difference between knowing and believing. Everybody knows what has been spoken out here, been talked out here. Unless and until you believe it, you can't do it. So we believe in it, we believe in sustainable earth, and we have started doing it from our own campus home. Excellent. So going on to my next panelist, a very, very dynamic lady, have always been a great friend, philosopher, and guide for the International Institute of Hotel Management, Ms. Anita Menderita. She is also our fellow of the Distinguished International Institute of Hotel Management, has been a great, great colleague, supporting us in all our ventures, and definitely advising us all through to reach where we are today. She is going to talk on very dynamic topic as much as she is herself. Our world is ready for takeoff. Over to you, ma'am.
A very loving good morning.
As it's very early morning here in London, but I am delighted to be with you all. I'm incredibly grateful, and I congratulate you. It is wonderful to see everyone back together again in the hall, and I have to say I was smiling when I saw our lovely dear Dr. Bose's jacket and socks in bright red. He's clearly very excited to be back live again, but thank you for having me with you, even though it is virtually, and I'm very grateful to be with you once more. I also bring with me the very warm wishes of the Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, Zurab Bololikashvili, who is, as always, a strong supporter of IAHM and ever grateful for what IAHM and YCO have been doing over the years to make sure that the SDGs of the United Nations become a key ingredient and of everything that the IAHM and YCO brings to the world. I'm going to take you through a few minutes of why our world is ready for takeoff and the opportunity that we have. I'm going to do what we've done for the last 2 years, and that is sharing screen and hoping that the technology works. So I'm going to do a quick switch over, and here we go. Yay, I think that worked. So I'm going to take you through a quick presentation. I really want to just position this because, as we know, we've reached a critical point in our industry. We've reached an industry 2.5, 3 years later where we've all lived through a time that we never anticipated. None of us planned on it. None of us knew what was coming. And none of us was able to avoid the line between the personal and the professional being completely erased, which means we need to make sure that we use this time. And it was wonderful listening to the first two panels and looking at, from the first panel, how clearly people are frustrated of talking about the problem. And then in the second panel, the conversation went clearly to looking at solutions. What can we do about it? Because as we know, our world is open and our world is ready for takeoff. We have the opportunity to really grow. And we have an opportunity, which, as I say, we absolutely cannot waste. We see that we have all of this, as we say all the time, pent-up demand that is coming. That is a lot of the reflection of the pent-up budget, people who are wanting to travel, who've not been able to for the last 3 years. And it's an opportunity for us all. But it's an opportunity for us all to get it right this time. We had 2.5 years to sit back. Mother Nature gave us the time to really think about how quickly we were growing and some of the challenges we were facing. We need to make sure that we don't revert back to muscle memory and go back into looking at the metrics of arrivals, of meals served, of revenue generated, but rather look at the 360 degrees. What is the total impact of what we are doing? And is our behavior truly sustainable? If it's negative behavior, should we be doing it? If it's positive behavior, how do we scale it up? And it's exactly that was just said a moment ago by Mr. Vinayakya, who was speaking very much about specific examples in the hotel industry about taking simple ideas and scaling them up. Scaling up to the point where you get millions of water bottles eliminated, millions of elements of plastic taken out of the value chain, millions of opportunities to really make a sustainable difference. So when we look ultimately at the way in which our industry is recovering, we can see from the UNWTO, when we look back at the last 3 years, we have never seen a collapse of our industry before. And I think what's important about this is just pausing for a second and recognizing not only do we need to recover as an industry, we as people need to heal. This has been a very difficult time. People have lost livelihoods, people have lost lives, and people lost a lot of hope. Now is the time to bring that hope back and bring the confidence back. And nowhere better than in the community like IAHM, where you are working with the next generation of our industry, the people who want to change the world and are not prepared to wait for us to come up with ideas. They're going to be the ones pushing it on the demand side and bringing it to life on the creativity side. But we see that we still have steady growth coming through the industry, which needs to be very carefully watched to make sure that we keep that trajectory upward and manage very carefully a healthcare crisis that has now become a healthcare consideration that we cannot take for granted. When we look at the world, we see that the world is rebuilding. Asia Pacific is low only, as you know, because we had a delay in terms of one of the most critical markets of the world, which we'll get into in a moment. But around the world, the desire to travel is clear. The willingness to invest to travel is clear. And by implication, the value of travel is clear. What we see is that coming through from Skyscanner, which we all know tracks the actual searches and bookings for air travel, people are looking at spending so much more in travel this year and going into the years ahead. We want people to continue to invest, but invest wisely and making sure that they are only leaving footprints and they are only leaving communities who want to welcome them back. We've seen, as we know, from the end of December, the fantastic announcement that China has now opened its borders. It's allowing travel internally and externally in different phases, but it's happening. And this is brilliant because, as we know, in 2019, China was worth 150 million outbound travelers, critical to the global travel and tourism community and critical to the global travel and tourism economy. And to give a sense of just how excited the Chinese are to travel again, a quick little video clip that's just come through in the last couple of weeks.
Since China has announced this border reopening, what kind of trends have you seen for travel bookings?
The pent-up demand is very strong. We have seen 3-digit growth in the search volume for almost all the destinations in Asia, in Europe, and in America. It's a record high since the outbreak of COVID.
Capacity for these international flights in and out of China is still very limited. They're still very expensive. When do you see both the capacity of flights and the pricing coming back to pre-pandemic levels?
Because the demand is exceeding the capacity right now, we expect for the first 1 or 2 quarters, it will take airlines and hotels some time to rehire back their staffs and build up the infrastructure. During the second half of this year, hopefully the infrastructure are back to normal. People have the money to spend and the will to spend. So if one area is not accessible, they will spend money in the other areas. We have seen that countries which offer free visa, offer China Welcome Program, normally gets a lot of attractions from the tourists.
So this is all very, very good news. And the fact that the world is ready for takeoff and right across the world, the opportunity is there for everyone to reconnect, to everyone to make a positive difference, and to everyone to make sure that the future of travel is a future of travel that we can be very proud of. We see in terms of global growth and opportunities, India very much is at the heart of where the opportunity is. So it's fantastic to see that so many people that have dreamt of going to incredible India are actually making the bookings. They're taking the time and they're making that dream come true. Importantly as well, we saw that during the global pandemic, governments did one of the smartest thing they could have. And as much as borders were shut, they opened up their countries to domestic travel. This not only allowed economic and supply chains to start moving again, it broke down the psychological lockdown, allowed people to go out and explore, to feel the breezes, to see different environments, to just change their space. Because as we have seen, and as one of the blessings that's come through this time, never has it been more clear, the connection between travel and tourism and mental health. The ability for people to go and visit loved ones, go and discover more, go and learn more, to simply be out in the open. And as they learn about the world, they learn more about themselves. The opportunity is literally everywhere. But what we found, however, and as we've always known, and this is critical, and everyone in the room that's watching this knows this, that travel and tourism is not just about the traveler. It's about so much more than that. It's always about the ripple effect. And as we say, it's about the egg. And I tell this story often, and it's really a good way of demonstrating the difference that one traveler makes. So our dear Dr. Bose jumps on a plane, comes across to London, is having a visit with the IAHM team here, and wakes up in the morning and wakes up in the Dorchester at the hotel. He goes downstairs to have his breakfast. He arrives and the maitre d' asks, "Good morning, Dr. Bose. Would you like to have some breakfast?" "Yes, I would." He's met one person. The maitre d' takes him to a table. A server comes and actually asks him, "Would you like some tea or some coffee?" "I'd like some chai, please." Second person that he meets, that waitress takes it back to the kitchen to say, "We'd like to get Dr. Bose some chai." She comes back, "Dr. Bose, what would you like to eat?" And he said, "I would like an egg." "How would you like the egg, sir?" He would like his egg sunny side up, because he is a very sunny-sided personality with all the brightness that he brings. She takes the order back. The order is taken by someone receiving the orders, the third person. That order then goes to the kitchen, and the person taking in the orders to fulfill the product takes it, fourth person. That's handed then to the chef, who actually makes the sunny side up egg. The chef, however, it doesn't stop there. He receives the eggs from someone who manages the storeroom. The eggs arrive into the storeroom from a delivery company. The delivery company receives the eggs from a driver, who ultimately is the one who's bringing the eggs from the farm. Someone from the farm packed the eggs. Someone from the farm actually went and took the eggs from the chicken. So between Dr. Bose and the chicken, there are 10 people. And that's why we always say it's the ripple effect. 1 in 10 people around the world are actively engaged in employment through our industry. And we must never, ever forget that, which is why it's so critical that the UN SDGs play a distinct role in every single facet of our industry. Technically, travel and tourism is called out in 3, number 8, 12, and 14, but we know that it's symbiotic. We know that travel and tourism is about managing water consumption, is about partnerships, is about developing peace. And again, this is why we are so grateful to everything that IAHM and YCO do to make sure that every single SDG is a vital ingredient of everything that you do as a curriculum and as a community. However, as the world opens up, we know there are areas of caution. We know that we have issues when it comes to bringing people back. We've lost so many, especially young people in our industry. But this is our opportunity. This is our opportunity to not talk about the problem, but find the solutions, making sure that when we bring people back, we are genuinely taking care of their well-being. We are genuinely putting them on development paths. We are genuinely making sure that equity is at the heart of everything we do. Promoting and developing young people, making sure that women have an active, meaningful role to play. We have an opportunity to create solutions now, which means we need to change our conversation from talking about the problems. We know that there's an energy crisis, but people are still traveling despite ticket prices. We know that there's a food crisis, which is why we talk over and over about making sure that we have circular economies, keeping it within 100 kilometers, keeping it conscious. And as was said, making sure that we only have in our rubbish bins eggshells and cardboard. What a brilliant optic that is in terms of a vision itself. Because as we know, we had issues before of overcrowding. This is one of my photographs that I took in Paris when I went to the Louvre just before the world shut down. Now you can see on the extreme left, a tiny little painting of the exquisite Mona Lisa. Why I took this photograph is look at the other paintings in the room. Look how exquisite they are. But who's looking at them? Hardly anyone. We need to make sure that we manage not just the value of travel and tourism as the world reopens, but the values of travel and tourism, making sure that everyone recognizes how privileged we are to be able to travel the world, how privileged we are to be able to go and visit the works of the masters in the communities of people that call the place home. Overcrowding and over-tourism was not just about bad management, it was about bad manners. And we need to make sure that we never forget our please and thank yous every time we reach out to the world as travelers and as the travel industry itself. Because as we know, we cannot stop.
Movement defines us. Standing still is not an option. We must come together again under shared values. With sustainability as a guiding principle. We are the innovators, the game changers. We are travelers who celebrate diversity and champion solidarity. Growing back for people and planet. Unlocking opportunities for millions. And leaving nobody behind. The world is waiting. We will restart tourism.
Because ultimately, the world and the future of travel is literally in our hands. However, whenever we use the word sustainability, whenever we use the S word, we need to be very careful because we use it so generically now, it's lost its meaning. What exactly do we mean when we talk about sustainability? There are so many different dimensions, but there are 4 critical ones to them. And we saw that vividly exposed during the global pandemic. It's about economic sustainability, especially amongst SMEs, which represent over 80% of our tourism economy. Economic sustainability is a critical asset, an aspect of sustainability, as is environmental sustainability, the way we always talk about green, blue, and brown, but it goes so much far beyond environmental to also be economic and as well social sustainability. Our industry keeps communities together. Our industry keeps societies together. It keeps families together, allowing families to stay together and one parent not having to go off somewhere else to earn money and send it back. A critical part of sustainability of our industry. And importantly, cultural sustainability. We are an industry that promotes the heritage, the traditions, the pride of what it is to be a place. We need to make sure that when we talk about sustainability, we are including cultural. So these 4 areas are absolutely vital. Everything we do in sustainability must make sure that please, we always make sure we define what do we mean. It's economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, cultural sustainability, and social sustainability. And as always, India is an example of how sustainability can be done right and done right holistically. I found this while I was searching for this presentation to put some good content together for you, a beautiful video created by Kerala Tourism, which I share with you now. I thought that was absolutely beautiful because it demonstrates that simple act like homestays, how it makes sure that we are absolutely developing sustainable tourism economically, naturally, because it's a homestay. So the money's going to the family. Culturally, you can see the cultural connection that even though the boys didn't speak the same language, they were able to communicate and enjoy one another's differences in culture. Social sustainability, the family fabric, the community fabric, and of course, we have the environmental sustainability, living off the land and living with the land. We have the opportunity to create a better, smarter, more sustainable future of tourism. And quite honestly, we don't have an opportunity, we have a call to action, which is why when we talk about sustainability, as we look to the future, to dear Dr. Bose and all of the team at IHM and YCO, I challenge you. Every time you start talking about the problems around sustainability, what tourism and hospitality are doing wrong, I challenge you to stop the conversation and flip it into, so what's the solution? What is the power of one? We have a mosquito in the room and it's called sustainability. We need to wake up and make sure that we take that mosquito and we calm it and we make it an ally, not an adversary. We have an opportunity to address everything we criticize and find solutions that we individually can take action on, and ultimately we can scale up to really make a difference in the future of tourism, for the future of all those who are committing as young people to our industry because they still have faith in it and they know we can get it right. And with that, I say a very loving dhanyavad, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you all.
It was absolutely exclusive, both visual and audio. So thank you so much. So before going on to the next set of panelists with some amazing topics to discuss, we would break out for lunch right now. Entire team of YCO, IHM YCO is waiting out to be hosting you. Students can go proceed behind for their lunch. And guests, we would be seeing you exactly down in 40 minutes. It's 1:15 by my watch, so see you around 1:55 out here to hear some most exciting facts again down the line. Thank you so much and see you back very soon out here.
A journey that began in 1975 with a passion to resurrect and showcase the glory of India's culture, architecture, cuisine and rituals. ITC Hotels has become synonymous with Indian hospitality. Inspired by the region, each hotel offers the perfect introduction to the cities in which they reside. ITC Hotels is the first hospitality chain to achieve LEED Platinum certification for all its luxury hotels. The responsible luxury commitment of ITC Hotels blends elements of nature to deliver a unique value proposition to its guests. In its endeavor to enable Indian cuisine its rightful place in the global culinary scape, ITC's hotels accord special emphasis on showcasing regional Indian cuisines while presenting global dining concepts perfected on Indian soil. Kaya Kalp means rejuvenation of mind, body and soul. Kaya Kalp spas offer indigenous and well-known therapies from across the world to deliver a memorable spa and wellness experience. ITC's hotel group, today with its 4 unique brands, caters to a range of consumer needs. ITC Hotels has an exclusive tie-up with Marriott Hotels in bringing its premium brand, the Luxury Collection, to India, located at strategic business and leisure locations. Welcome Hotels offer 5-star hospitality for the discerning business and leisure traveler. Across the length and breadth of the country, ITC's hotel group is finding expression from the Himalayas to the shores of India, from the deserts of Rajasthan to the foothills of Aravallis. ITC Hotels are scripting a new story of leisure travel. The journey of ITC Hotels continues with new hotels coming up across key domestic and international destinations. With over 100 hotels in more than 70 destinations, ITC's hotel group is tied with one common legacy: warmth. We thank you for being a part of this journey with ITC Hotels.
Welcome all students, we are here to guide you through your international journey. Uran Management Academy aims to make the process easier, comfortable for our bright students. We connect you with the property of your dreams. Just send in your required documents for us to evaluate and start your process with us, starting from scheduling your online interview to getting your visa and getting ready to fly to your desired property. So get your documents evaluated today and join the family.
A journey that began in 1975 with a passion to resurrect and showcase the glory of India's culture, architecture, cuisine and rituals. ITC Hotels has become synonymous with Indian hospitality. Inspired by the region, each hotel offers the perfect introduction to the cities in which they reside. ITC Hotels is the first hospitality chain to achieve LEED Platinum certification for all its luxury hotels. The responsible luxury commitment of ITC Hotels blends elements of nature to deliver a unique value proposition to its guests. In its endeavor to enable Indian cuisine its rightful place in the global culinary scape, ITC's hotels accord special emphasis on showcasing regional Indian cuisines while presenting global dining concepts perfected on Indian soil. Kaya Kalp means rejuvenation of mind, body and soul. Kaya Kalp spas offer indigenous and well-known therapies from across the world to deliver a memorable spa and wellness experience. ITC's hotel group, today with its 4 unique brands, caters to a range of consumer needs. ITC Hotels has an exclusive tie-up with Marriott Hotels in bringing its premium brand, the Luxury Collection, to India, located at strategic business and leisure locations. Welcome Hotels offer 5-star hospitality for the discerning business and leisure traveler. Across the length and breadth of the country, ITC's hotel group is finding expression from the Himalayas to the shores of India, from the deserts of Rajasthan to the foothills of Aravallis. ITC Hotels are scripting a new story of leisure travel. The journey of ITC Hotels continues with new hotels coming up across key domestic and international destinations. With over 100 hotels in more than 70 destinations, ITC's hotel group is tied with one common legacy: warmth. We thank you for being a part of this journey with ITC Hotels.
Welcome all students, we are here to guide you through your international journey. Uran Management Academy aims to make the process easier, comfortable for our bright students. We connect you with the property of your dreams. Just send in your required documents for us to evaluate and start your process with us, starting from scheduling your online interview to getting your visa and getting ready to fly to your desired property. So get your documents evaluated today and join the family.
A journey that began in 1975 with a passion to resurrect and showcase the glory of India's culture, architecture, cuisine and rituals. ITC Hotels has become synonymous with Indian hospitality. Inspired by the region, each hotel offers the perfect introduction to the cities in which they reside. ITC Hotels is the first hospitality chain to achieve LEED Platinum certification for all its luxury hotels. The responsible luxury commitment of ITC Hotels blends elements of nature to deliver a unique value proposition to its guests. In its endeavor to enable Indian cuisine its rightful place in the global culinary scape, ITC's hotels accord special emphasis on showcasing regional Indian cuisines while presenting global dining concepts perfected on Indian soil. Kaya Kalp means rejuvenation of mind, body and soul. Kaya Kalp spas offer indigenous and well-known therapies from across the world to deliver a memorable spa and wellness experience. ITC's hotel group, today with its 4 unique brands, caters to a range of consumer needs. ITC Hotels has an exclusive tie-up with Marriott Hotels in bringing its premium brand, the Luxury Collection, to India, located at strategic business and leisure locations. Welcome Hotels offer 5-star hospitality for the discerning business and leisure traveler. Across the length and breadth of the country, ITC's hotel group is finding expression from the Himalayas to the shores of India, from the deserts of Rajasthan to the foothills of Aravallis. ITC Hotels are scripting a new story of leisure travel. The journey of ITC Hotels continues with new hotels coming up across key domestic and international destinations. With over 100 hotels in more than 70 destinations, ITC's hotel group is tied with one common legacy: warmth. We thank you for being a part of this journey with ITC Hotels.
Welcome all students, we are here to guide you through your international journey. Uran Management Academy aims to make the process easier, comfortable for our bright students. We connect you with the property of your dreams. Just send in your required documents for us to evaluate and start your process with us, starting from scheduling your online interview to getting your visa and getting ready to fly to your desired property. So get your documents evaluated today and join the family.
A journey that began in 1975 with a passion to resurrect and showcase the glory of India's culture, architecture, cuisine and rituals. ITC Hotels has become synonymous with Indian hospitality. Inspired by the region, each hotel offers the perfect introduction to the cities in which they reside. ITC Hotels is the first hospitality chain to achieve LEED Platinum certification for all its luxury hotels. The responsible luxury commitment of ITC Hotels blends elements of nature to deliver a unique value proposition to its guests. In its endeavor to enable Indian cuisine its rightful place in the global culinary scape, ITC's hotels accord special emphasis on showcasing regional Indian cuisines while presenting global dining concepts perfected on Indian soil. Kaya Kalp means rejuvenation of mind, body and soul. Kaya Kalp spas offer indigenous and well-known therapies from across the world to deliver a memorable spa and wellness experience. ITC's hotel group, today with its 4 unique brands, caters to a range of consumer needs. ITC Hotels has an exclusive tie-up with Marriott Hotels in bringing its premium brand, the Luxury Collection, to India, located at strategic business and leisure locations. Welcome Hotels offer 5-star hospitality for the discerning business and leisure traveler. Across the length and breadth of the country, ITC's hotel group is finding expression from the Himalayas to the shores of India, from the deserts of Rajasthan to the foothills of Aravallis. ITC Hotels are scripting a new story of leisure travel. The journey of ITC Hotels continues with new hotels coming up across key domestic and international destinations. With over 100 hotels in more than 70 destinations, ITC's hotel group is tied with one common legacy: warmth. We thank you for being a part of this journey with ITC Hotels.
back, please take your seats. We would be starting off in next few minutes. Okay, attention, attention now. Time to concentrate on one further sustainability development goal, gender equality. I would take the pleasure to welcome back Ms. Aradhana once again on the stage, who would be talking on gender equality and empowerment of women.
Thank you.
A big round of applause for her.
Thank you.
Stage is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, and leaders of the future. Today I'm here and I'm going to talk to you about SDG 5, which is gender equality. Cliché, huh? It's more like boring and bland or a perfect recipe on how can you kill a keynote in the first 10 seconds flat. Which is why, as I was walking up on stage, I decided to stay away from the cliches, the usual jargons that are so important when you're talking about SDG 5, but stay clear of them. Words like feminism, women's empowerment, glass ceiling, and so on and so forth. Now, if you're wondering, what am I going to replace those words with? Nothing. I simply stand here as a very proud woman proud of the generations before and subsequent. And I'm here to share 3 things with you. Number 1, I want to share how actually there has been a continual progression of women for centuries in cultures and countries which are not necessarily the first places that come to mind when you think or talk about gender equality. For instance, India. Number 2, I'm going to share how there is never one solution to the problem to gender equality or SDG 5, but there are actually many ways to reach the solution from different tangential angles. And number 3, I'm going to bombard you with the most recent data on the state of gender diversity in travel, tourism, and hospitality based on a study conducted with the largest publicly listed companies in the entire world. Now let me start with India, right? And I speak of India not only as my birth country, but as a nation that has faltered on the road to gender parity. At least in the eyes of the West, and definitely based on the rankings published by the many flag bearers of gender equality. In fact, I was born in Delhi. I'm a Delhi girl. And sometimes when I tell people I'm born and bred in Delhi, I get the occasional, "Oh my God, I'm so terribly sorry. Was it safe for you growing up? How bad was it?" But I can tell you this, as I tell everyone else. And I'm not undermining the problems that need to be fixed or the fact that we need to do a lot of things to really be gender equal. But I have never felt unimportant as a girl or as a woman growing up in India. You see, speaking of India, matriarchy and patriarchy has existed in the Indian society for ages and still continues to. Growing up in a Hindu home, I have watched male and female gods and goddesses be worshipped indistinguishably. In fact, the gods of power, wisdom, and wealth are all female: Saraswati, Lakshmi, and Parvati. We venerate a Draupadi who had 5 husbands and rebelled against her own family as much as we revere a Sita, who is the epitome of devotion to her only husband Ram. The form of Ardhanarishwar of Lord Shiva is actually 1/2 woman and 1/2 man. Yin and yang in equal measure, divine masculinity and divine femininity. And with so many gods and goddesses, the idea of binary does not consume us. What works for India is our infinite forms of worship. It's not dogmatic, but free thinking. And what is beautiful is I can be any ist or be part of any ism and still belong to this rich and beautiful culture that I am a part of. We are so quick to judge, but gender equality is not a Western fall, and we've had empowered women for centuries in unlikely places like India. Which brings me to my second point, which parrots the belief that there is only one way to the highway, my way. Not true, right? Let us take the example of Middle East, where, according to most, women power is elusive amidst calls from the Western media to have a change in social contracts. Well, then you're clearly not reading about Saudi Arabia, which was the fastest growing country in G20, and they're not racing ahead based on the economic transformation, but the social reforms. And if you look at the change and resulting transformation in the kingdom, especially in the last 5 years, I think it is nothing short of unprecedented and mind-blowing. I have actually worked in Saudi Arabia over the last 5 years. I have been involved in 2 of the 3 giga projects. I have lived there as a woman of Indian origin, as a practicing Hindu, and as a very vocal advocate of women's rights. And as someone who walks around with the wind blowing through my hair, matched only by the winds of change blowing through the kingdom. Did you know, for instance, that the guardianship is now dismantled in the kingdom, that you can not just drive, but you can live, work, and travel alone? How many of you knew that gender pay gap is actually criminalized in Saudi Arabia, and that's something a lot of us in the Western world can't stake claim to? That is change, guys. That is change which is happening on the ground. That is change we wanted to see, and it is being seen. Look, was the past horrendous? No. Is the present perfect? No. Will the future be fantastic? I don't know. But what we do know is this is not a vertical split between men versus women, East versus West, or them against us. This is also not a movement or a clarion call such that what works for us should work for you. There are different ways and means to reach the same goal, and that might sound conservative to someone who does not understand the culture of the land it originates from. Progress on gender equality and gender parity needs cultural sensitivity to frame the debate correctly. And the so-called standards for anything and everything, it's a futile exercise, right? Look, there is ice on the Himalayas and there is ice in the Alps, but it's easier to ski in the Alps compared to the Himalayas. Simple, right? Equality doesn't mean you have to be equal. You don't have to compete to be complete. Progress doesn't have to be a straight line or a linear progression. Why can't it be a tangential arc that still contributes to the geometry of societal design. Yes, with world rankings on gender equality, criteria has been set, and countries and communities have been asked to work towards it. The objective is distinct, and the benefits are humongous. But we don't need to be preached or told what to do or how to execute. We will find our way. Everyone finds their way. It might not be the way that you had originally envisaged, but we have done it for thousands of years. India has had a woman president way before we now have a woman president. We've had one before, and we've had an Indian woman prime minister as well, long before some of the countries in the West granted their women the right to vote. Just saying, you know. Now, I get to the fun part. And over the next 5-7 minutes, I'm going to go on a bit of a rant. And I'm going to assault you with astounding and alarming facts, which will anger you. But I hope, more importantly, that it will open your eyes to the insidious and ubiquitous effects of ignoring women in the travel, tourism, and hospitality sector, and hopefully urge you to see why change is required pronto. If I can have the next slide, please. Thank you. You know, people often speak of manufacturing, mining, women in tech, women in STEM fields, but we're very unique as travel, tourism, and hospitality, right? Because we have so many women in our sector, especially in the lower rungs of hierarchy. Actually, 53% of the overall workforce is women, that there is no visible manifestation of the problem. So much so that people actually think there is no problem with gender and hospitality and tourism. Or if there is a problem, it might be the case, but it's not my problem. So what we decided to do is conduct the single largest study ever undertaken of every single publicly listed company in travel, tourism, and hospitality all over the world. I'm talking about companies with operations in 130 countries. They employ millions and have a market cap of trillions of dollars. The idea was to look at this time-worn topic of gender equality through the revealing lens of data. If we can go to the next slide, please. Now, like I said, the first myth when it comes to gender equality in travel, tourism, and hospitality is, well, we don't really have a problem because as a company, we love our women employees. We have unconscious bias training. We do employee satisfaction surveys. We have women affinity groups. We have D&I leaders. Or for God's sake, we also celebrate International Women's Day every March, right? So how can we have a problem? We don't have a problem. But, and here comes the but, despite an increased awareness of the need for gender parity, the needle on women in leadership in the C-suite or boards hasn't moved. If you go to the next slide, you will see it's after starting with 47% of women in the overall employment, we go to 34% when the women reach the mid-level management. Next slide, please. When it's senior level management, we go down to 32%. Next slide. 24% of all board of directors are women. Next slide. We end with 17% of women in the C-suite. And finally, 5% of chair. And the next slide, 4% of CEOs globally. So as you can see, women still make up less than 5% of CEOs and 5% of chairs. And brace yourself, this number in travel, tourism, and hospitality is lower than women in manufacturing, women in mining, women in tech, women in finance, and women in banking. You see, the problem with feminism is that it's just too familiar. So much so that people are jaded, right? We're constantly reading about this all the time. And so much so that a lot of good, genuine men in our sector actually believe that women now enjoy equal opportunities. Now, speaking about men, if I can go to the next slide. The second myth we have in the sector is actually it's the men who are blocking the progress of women and not allowing gender equality. No, they're not. And I'm not here to do male bashing, because I see men as an instrumental ally in this journey, not the enemy. The vast majority of CEOs I spoke to as part of the study, many of who are friends, most of who are men, smart, culturally aware, incredibly open-minded men, they agree there is a problem. They want a solution. But that is exactly telling you that sometimes good intentions are simply not good enough. If you can go to the next slide, please. And we can move to the next. Brilliant, thank you. If you look at the slide, you can see it's not that diversity, equity, and inclusion is suffering from a lack of attention, right? But it is suffering from a lack of results, and the question is why? There's actually a lot of talent coming through the pipeline, but the glass ceiling is very real because the number of women who stay in the race fall off steeply with every rung of the career ladder they climb. And there are endless justifications and excuses for a woman's relative absence. Many of them point to the women. Our genetic dispositions, that we have to go away and make babies, our focus on families, our lack of drive and ambition. All of this to justify the fact that 95% of the C-suite and the board of directors are men. If you can go to the next slide, please. And the thing that caught me is this. This is not a problem that's happening today. This number has been a straight flat line over the last 14, 15 years. If you can go to the next slide, please. Now, at this point in time, you're going to turn around and say, oh, you know what? It's actually all about meritocracy. You have to be in it to win it, and it's simply a case of may the best man win. Yes, that's exactly right, quite literally, right? May the best man win. We want meritocracy too. I'm all for the right talent in the right roles. But let me ask you, when data clearly shows how women in leadership is good for business, how come the piles of research is still not making the business case clear? Organizations with more women at the top can potentially deliver higher financial performance, share performance, nearly 50% higher. More gender balance means stronger innovation, stronger customer satisfaction, and stronger employee satisfaction. My pushback to you is we will have breakthroughs only when we start measuring to manage. Let's check gender pay gap, which is the slide that you have here. 82% of hotel companies globally simply do not report gender pay gap. And the chart on the right is from the UK, which is home to me, where there is a requirement to do so, and you can actually see how women end up earning less than men for the same role. Ladies and gentlemen, more women aren't in leadership because uncomfortable change and excellence often requires a shake-up. And the point that I'm trying to make, next slide please, is diversity and inclusion happens by design. It doesn't happen by default. We need to proactively design a culture of intention by treating gender equality and diversity and inclusion as if your business survival depends on it. I'm talking board level and public reporting and CDO, Chief Diversity Officer accountability. Define success in clear and concrete terms. Drive accountability for promoting women into leadership roles. Hold the line on others and don't settle for acknowledgement. Then the playing field will be level. If you go to the next slide, please. We have seen this movie before. We have seen this exact trend in boards globally, where there has been an increasing scrutiny and pressure by financial authorities to have more diversity, and it has resulted in governance across the board, which has increased the number of women on boards. So what you see in the orange line is that the trend is exactly the same in the lodging sector. And if you go to the next slide, and you will remember this was exactly the same, where 10 years ago, it was a similar story with independent directors. And now most companies are moving to a board which is majority independent directors. Next slide, please. Now, if we can go to the previous slide, sorry, my bad. Okay, we'll stay here for a minute. Now, there are multiple countries where there are legislation and quotas, and I'm not advocating quotas at all. But I just want to give the example of EU, which has now come up with a requirement that by 2026, you need at least 33% of all board members to be women, and you need 40% of women among the non-executive directors. Now we can go to the next slide, please. And this is the data which I'm going to release in the next couple of weeks. This is only for hotels globally, the largest publicly listed hospitality companies. You're going to be privy to the data. This is the data from 2022, and we can keep flipping. The next slide, please. So these together, the hotel companies that we have looked at have a market cap of about $226 billion US, employ close to 1 million employees. They're the 23 largest companies with operations in 130 countries. And the next slide, please. And this is the data from 2022. We have 50% women in the workforce. By the time it goes to mid-management, it's 34, 25% women in the C-suite, which has improved, 28% women on the board of directors, 4% of women only who are CEOs of hospitality businesses. And in this cohort that we looked at, not even one chair of a hospitality company is a woman. So no chair of the board of director is a woman. If you can go to the next slide, please. And this is showing how there has been a 0% progress of women getting into the C-suite or the chairman role at these top companies since 2019. Next slide, please. And we spoke about this. This is the 14-year history where 72% of all board members are still men, and it's 11% increase from 2019, where, that's right. We can move to the next slide, please. This is the difference between emerging markets and developed markets, where, as you can see, in the emerging markets, we have seen more of an upswing. They suffered back after the global financial crisis, but more of an upswing, and we are seeing now a bit of a plateau coming up in the developed markets. The next slide, please. We can skip this. As I said, I'm not advocating boards. This is the EU board law that I'm talking to you about, where from 2026, any publicly listed company in the European Union needs 33% women on their board of directors, and 40% of those board of directors need to be women in the independent or the non-executive role. Next slide, please. And the next. Right. We hear constantly that what we need to really change the situation is we need more men to be taking on women as mentors. Women don't need mentors. Women need sponsors. And there is a difference, because a mentor is giving you what I call free gyan and guidance. A sponsor, on the other hand, is the person who takes your name in the room when you're not present. A sponsor is someone who puts his hand up and says, I want this woman to be promoted. Women need sponsors. Action on the ground, less talk, more action. Next slide, please. Now, if at this point in time you're thinking, oh, but look at all the progress we've made in all the years, right? Look at over the last 10 years, everyone is talking about gender equality, and we have come such a long way. Sure, that's exactly why, if I can go to the next slide, please, it's only going to take us 268 years to close the economic participation and opportunity gender gap between men and women. And if I speak specifically about gender equality, it's only going to take us 135 years to close that gap. Next slide, please. The gap in education will take 14 years to close, and the next slide. And I won't even go there. That's the chores gap. God knows how long that is going to take. Next slide, please. We can leave this. Basically, what I want to say is I'm not here to rant or complain because most businesses, most leaders want to do better. The difference between those who are and who are not is the ones who are have figured out how to do things better. And this is a company called 5810, which measures all things diversity and inclusion and gender equality in the hospitality, travel, tourism sector. Now, I want to go back to the point that we've made so much of progress, because I find it really funny when people say, oh, we're on a journey, we've made so much of progress, we're on a journey when it comes to gender, we're on a journey when it comes to equality. I say this is one hell of a weird journey, because most people haven't arrived at the destination, and guess what? Some people haven't even left the station. Because we forget, ladies and gentlemen, how long has this journey been going on for? We forget that it has actually been 107 years since Emily Davison was killed by the horse of King George V for seeking a right to vote. We forget that it is 126 years since Oscar Wilde was thrown in jail for being gay, 18 years since the repeal of Section 28, 187 years since the Slavery Abolition Act. 200 years is how long it has taken for women to get the right to vote. And by the way, women still don't have the right to vote in some countries in the world, and being gay is still criminalized, and as we all know, slavery still exists in the modern world. In conclusion, I just want to leave you with two things. Number one, as individuals, as leaders of the future, as men and women who are going to be setting the theme for the tomorrow that we will be part of, don't underestimate your own power to make things better. Every second of your time and attention can be powerful because you are powerful. And denying that power is only another way of making an excuse to avoid the inconvenience of using that power and that time to good effect. So remember that you're powerful and you can make a difference. And the second and the final thing is I call on each and every one of you to be activists today, to be ferocious advocates of not just SDG, but gender equality and the need to support women, not only for your sake, not only for the success of your company, but for the sake of every girl and every woman you know. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Super power pack, ma'am. Perfect time for you to get in after lunch. So thank you so much. Okay, we would move on to the next panel, and that is again a pretty strong one that is coming up. Now, this is about the chefs who create magic on the plate, on the table every time. They are no more only cooking, they are artists who are creating wonders for the people to appreciate over and over again. So we have got chefs' take on sustainability, how to achieve greater yields in food production to reduce food wastage. For that, to talk on that, may I please welcome, to start with, Diwan Sahab, Diwan Gautam Anandji, who is the former Executive Vice President, had been for ITC Hotels, and had been an inspiration for the hospitality world over decades now. If I may please request Diwan Sahab to come up on the stage, please. Anything, the stage is yours, you can be sitting anywhere, sir. Followed by Dr. Parvinder Bali, who is the hospitality educator and program manager culinary service at Oberoi Center of Learning and Development. Followed by Chef Steve Bunkley, who is the Vice President for Craft Trial of Chefs, celebrated hospitality stalwart. Welcome to the panel, Chef. Chef Manjunath Mural, Singapore-based Michelin star chef, now a very famous leading Indian restaurant, is the director of cuisine of the restaurant called Adda. Chef Russell Batman, he is the National Chef of the Year, have been given by the Craft Trial of Chefs organization, and he's the head chef of the Falcon Castle Ashby at the moment, not to say also an hospitality stalwart. Chef Henry Brosi, executive chef of Lansdowne Club at the moment and former ex-chef of Dorchester Hotel in London. Request Diwan Sab to moderate the session, please.
One of these? Okay. So I promise I came late, Dr. Bose, because I decided to minimize my carbon footprint, and I decided to walk. And it took me forever because it's raining, unusually raining, so that's why I'm late. Now the question is, did I walk from home? No, I didn't walk from home. I walked from the car park, right? And my previous speaker, who was wearing a shocking yellow suit, I do apologize for this misogynist panel, but the choice was not mine, etc. So just pretend that I am not a man, I'm a woman, right? And no offense meant, all right? So, is there a lady who would like to come here? Come? No? But you'll have to wear yellow. All right, so in a time of extraordinary challenges, or when COVID-19 seems just the prequel to the global climate crisis, we need to assume the best in one another. As a hobby historian, I can't say I'm optimistic, but I'm hopeful, because hope impels us to act. There's an old quote that I can't get out of my head these past few weeks, ever since Dr. Bose and Mr. Abdullah approached me. It's from Milton Friedman, one of the most influential economists of the 20th century. In 1982, he wrote, "Only a crisis," and I quote, "only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change. When the crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around." Now, having said that, I will start this conversation on a personal experience, because I know that you will make me shut up for the next 40 minutes. So may I have my 10 minutes of fame, if it's your permission? So some years ago, we had an iconic visit of President Bill Clinton. He came and he roller coastered India. Nobody ever met a man like him, so we went to Indian Parliament, where everybody wanted to touch him, especially the men. I think he was quite horrified. He stayed in an ITC hotel, which I am an employee of, and went and made Bukhara a very premier restaurant. Naturally, as a corporation, we took the prices up, and we gained from the experience. But apart from being flippant, he left behind a very good idea. He says, why do not you institutionalize your very fine hotels, and trust me, ITC hotels are very fine hotels, as LEED Platinum buildings. And our chairman at that time, visionary that he was, decided to take on the challenge. And the task force that was made to enact the change, I happened to be a part of it, and I wrote what they call a preamble. And I will once again take your little bit of your time, all right? I like your jacket though, but I'll quote. And I actually quote from Dame Anne Roddick, who of course is the legendary founder of Body Shop, and whose vision has transformed the world of what we now understand as sustainability. She says, if you do things well, do them better. be daring, be first, be different, be just. Basis of which, over the last decade, ITC Hotels had been combating a storm in a fiercely competitive battleground with national and international brands. You do understand that India is not your typical country. We were a closed economy. Then in the early 2000s, it became an open economy. We became corporatized, and for some strange reason, we became richer. Now, what happened then was that many more chains arrived on our shores, and then we had the American chains, and we had European chains, and so on and so forth. And we found ourselves getting marginalized largely because of the global reservation system. ITC Hotels responded to this change scenario by tangibilizing its DNA of commitment to the environment, a public position that would be a game-changing differentiator, a positioning that challenged the paradigm of luxury and sustainability existing together. Luxury without compromising the earth, and sustainability without compromising luxury, a bold no credo of responsible luxury. Responsible luxury is pillared in ITC's philosophy of the triple bottom line. Now, those of you, I'm sure you are aware of the triple bottom line, but it actually means profit, it means people, and it means the earth or the planet. So that was the commitment that we took upon ourselves, and God has been kind and beneficent. Over the last decade, we have been feted, congratulated, and honored at international forums. And I can assure you that the profitability of ITC has grown exponentially. So if you are an ITC shareholder, you must be rich. If you don't have an ITC share, please go ahead and buy it. So today what's happened is that blue-blooded international luxury brands and Indian hospitality players followed the ITC Hotels example and are turning green with sustainability as the key word. Green is seemingly the new blue. Now, there is always this great advent of greenwashing, right? So in our panel discussion today, we will talk about the bogey of greenwashing as well. My first... Now, somewhere in our past, we had a very strange gentleman called the Mahatma. I know that some of us have misgivings about his philosophy. We may not always agree with what he said, but he certainly taught us one thing. And he said, eat local, produce local, nurture local, imbibe local. All right, he went ahead and said, don't drink, and you have to be vegetarian. Many of us are cheaters, we drink, and we are not vegetarian, but we certainly became local. So as a result of which, 1.5 billion people, ladies and gentlemen, are self-sufficient as far as agricultural produce is concerned. And in the crisis that was to follow, or is to follow, in agricultural surpluses, there will be only one nation that will be capable of exporting its wheat and rice, and that is India, right? Today, we are self-sufficient not only in grain and in rice, but also in milk. My question, therefore, to the first, I'm not introducing individually, but I will come to you as the protocol demands. My first question to Parvinder Bali, who is the corporate chef and L&D of Oberoi Hotels and Resorts, is that how does a population of 1.5 billion, out of which 650 are in the middle class and are demanding, get fed? You know, and unfortunately in our country we have several staples. You know, we eat wheat, we eat rice, we eat maize, we have a cacophony of confusion. Nobody keeps, I mean, we're not even sure who we are actually. So how does sustainable, and 5% of the agricultural produce that is produced in India follows the sustainability model, right? So how do chains like you adapt? But I'm saying that, I'm not saying that the Oberoi Hotels feeds 1.5 billion people, but I've given you examples. So what are your challenges? in order to become a sustainably producing hotel? Because you're a chef, you're not an agriculturist. Although I'm sure back in your genes, you must have been an agriculturist.
Yes, absolutely.
There you are.
So thank you, Mr. Anand. Now, as a sustainability thing, I think India has always practiced this thing about sustainability. All our agriculture produces used to be at one point in time free of any pesticides and was all organic. It's only after the revolution that people started using the pesticides and insecticides and, all those things. And now we have come up to a state where, we get cauliflower ready in 1 week's time by things. But I think as a whole, as a chef, I think I talk about sustainability on 4 Ps. And, we have to be looking at sustainabilities on all 4 Ps. One is people. Are we talking about, sustainable employment? Are people getting the, right working hours in the hotels, for example? So we talk about sustainability in that aspect, that more and more people want to join the hospitality industry. Product, we all know that, buy local and get things to, use in the kitchen which are local produce, etc., which is all for the product. I think sustainable profitability. Are we training our young people to, use the right tool for the right job? If there are peelers meant for potatoes, then we should only use peelers to peel the potatoes and not the knives, because then we don't understand the yield and the wastage. Are we peeling the potatoes and then shaping the potatoes to get the nice turned potato? Because then the leftover can be used in mashed potatoes or fillings. But a lot of time people think that it's merely a humble potato. How does it matter? But if you're producing so many potatoes on a daily basis, and if you multiply that by the number of potatoes in a year, then that's a big dent into your pocket. I think sustainable processes. We are overall in the world, even in India now, we are looking at the best practices to create sustainability. But I think sustainability should not be only limited to just the food product. I think we have to look at all 4 Ps as possible.
No, absolutely. Well done. All I'm saying is that there are challenges that lie ahead. You have a demanding middle class. We are evolving as a society. There would be demands on you to not use Indian goat, but to import lamb from New Zealand and from Australia and from Iceland. I know that the Iceland trade delegation is here lobbying, is produced extensively, so there are going to be challenges for you. All right. So I'm going to go back to Mahatma Gandhi once again, and there's an interesting anecdote. He was invited by Queen Mary and King Edward, who was the king at that time, to visit Buckingham Palace, and he went wearing his loincloth, and he only ate boucheron, or goat cheese. So he sourced locally made goat cheese from his hosts, and he took it in a muslin bag, and he went up to Buckingham Palace, and he went to meet their highnesses, and who made him sit on the sofa. He said, no, I sit on the ground. Now, in deference to his stature, their highnesses also, or their majesties, my apologies, their majesties also sat on the ground, and they thoroughly enjoyed his goat cheese. I'm going to ask my next question to a gentleman on my left, and since we haven't got placards, would you tell us who you are? The mystery unveils.
I'm Steve Monkley.
Oh, wonderful! There you are. So now look at this is what Providence is all about. So Steve Monkley, who's sitting right next to me, and the question is pointed at him, who is the Vice President of the Craft Guilds of UK and consultant chef in the UK, will tell us how does he meet the challenges of local needs and expensive imports.
Okay, really just to quantify, I had 25 years as the executive chef at the Royal Garden Hotel.
Absolutely.
Prior to this. The needs in London, which is where I was based, one of the very difficult things that we had was sourcing food miles and actually being able to identify
what we could and couldn't actually to get, as well as the financial constraints on that sort of thing. But taking the whole sustainability thing as a package, the way that I tried to educate my chefs was for them to work on the small bits, as we've all spoke, the small things that make a difference, where they actually can help is what they should be looking at. The buying of produce, yes, we would honestly like to support the farmers around the UK,
And
most certainly.
And you have fabulous farming.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But like everything, it's cost-driven to a certain extent.
Yes.
And until we change that mentality of paying a little bit more
I
to
hope
keep
you're
it.
not importing cheese from China.
Not that I know of.
Thank you.
Not that I know of. You know, it's changing that mentality that people are willing, if they can, within their budgets to afford to actually pay that little bit more to support our farmers, in answer to your question. But kitchens in the UK, and I think John Wood touched on it earlier, the biggest thing we can do is address wastage.
Absolutely,
Because
absolutely.
the wastage element in
Absolutely.
UK kitchens is huge.
And has it come down?
I think so. I mean, it's like everything. It's education. Young people are educating us and we're educating them. And if you give them the opportunity to understand what a difference they can make, then it starts to develop and it starts to grow. Just to take an example, we had a food digester that actually stopped us using trucks to take away our food waste. It created it into
you should give him a big hand for
water.
that. Absolutely. Well done, sir. Well done.
And also there was one of our chef's jacket manufacturers started manufacturing their jackets from waste plastic bottles.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
So
Absolutely.
it's little things like that I think is where we were making a difference.
Chef Mankle, you are a star. I go on to, I am no longer talking about Mahatma Gandhi. I think I've overdone that. But some of these sustainable practices that one is badgered with, okay, is plan your meals, cook in bulk, reuse, support local, which of course you have very kindly answered, support local, eat seasonally. Now, so if you recall the dirty old days of the first plate. The first plate was when the customer dictated what he or she would like to eat. The second plate is when chefs, expensive chefs, dictated what we would eat. Right? Now it seems that the third plate is dictated by the earth, which means what is good for the earth is good for humanity. So I'm going to ask Chef Manjunath Bural, who is a Michelin star chef, director of cuisine at Adda, am I right?
Yes. Yeah.
You've obviously had many jobs because while I was walking from my home, your designation changed. It was originally the Song of India, so have you become a businessman as well?
No, the Song of India closed down. So
okay, closed down. No, just having fun. Okay. And of course, so what are your views on what is the question I asked you, which is how do you promote eating fresh?
Eating fresh.
Yes.
Firstly, thank you for the invite in the Young Chef Olympiad, and Dr. Bose, and congratulations on the 9th chef competition. I would like to, every chef want to serve fresh. I think it's a biggest challenge,
sure.
And sustainability is also part of it. I also we are unfortunate when we did a graduate that time, the sustainability used to be not that much in news. But now it's lucky as the young chefs knows about what is sustainability. If somebody asks me, then I would say that the sustainability starts from the home itself. I think the education should start from the home. Example, the mother should say the wastage should not be there. How much you want to eat that much only. Or don't prepare that much if you cannot consume. I think that is if starts from home, definitely it's going to help us in the longer way in the industry, hotel industry. And when it comes to the freshness, what I do the cooking according to the team that, we have 30 covers booking today. So what is our menu and what is the sales most? So we try to control on that. So that helps us to make it minimal wastage. But I will also, like what I do in my restaurant, if I say that my restaurant has only 2 to 3% wastage in my kitchen.
Sorry?
Only
Wastage.
2 to 3% wastage in my kitchen, because whatever the wastage is there, I like to do a dish out of it. So I do 5 type of sustainable sauces, which are made by the trimmings of the vegetables.
Wonderful.
And people really appreciate, and we call that as a sustainable sauce when we serve it to the guest. And example, the poultry. The poultry we used to get earlier with the skins.
Sorry?
With the skin, the poultry
Right,
with the
with
skins.
with the skin.
So now we are very happy to see that the suppliers gives us without skin. So automatically the minimal wastage is there. So we not to think too much on this, what we are going to do about the skins. Otherwise, earlier there was not much to do and we might be throwing out. So we are helping to increase the wastage. So these are the small things, and the most biggest challenge is when the young chefs comes in the restaurant, in the kitchen, not only we have to teach about the culinary things, the expertise in the culinary, but as a chef, we got a very, very big moral responsibility to teach the students and teach all the young chefs, the trainee chef or the management trainee chef. This is also one of the biggest topic, and you have to follow the systematically. And that is how I feel that you can keep continuity of the freshness, and the training is one of the major things every chef should think about it.
Absolutely. In fact, I must corroborate what you said, that one of my biggest challenges while running ITC Hotels was that the prescription was zero solid waste. And my biggest challenge was crockery or porcelain. What do you do with crockery and porcelain? And there was nothing available universally for me to recycle them. And then we found a way, like you did, all right? I'm going to ask Chef Russell Bateman, the gentleman with the lovely jacket, who you can leave behind if you'd like, and I'll have it altered to meet my size.
I'll buy you one.
How do you handle this great need that we now have a hegemony of people telling us be vegetarian, all right, or become vegan, or and then of course I was at a dinner the other day and there was a conflict on the table because the lady there was gluten-free and it was New Year's Eve and it was an ITC hotel in Hyderabad. And the lady she said, I'm gluten-free, I'm lactose-free. Another person said, I'm vegetarian. The third person said, I don't eat at all. And, and of course, and the most conscientious objectors are the vegetarians because they scream the loudest, they're most vocal about it. And we have many of them. So I am not in any way discrediting them, all right? So how do you handle this? You hold you challenge of, and don't give me this mock meat solution, right?
I wouldn't dare. I think it's important because it's not just about people deciding they don't want to eat anymore. It's about people having reactions to things they eat. So I think we've been educated as a society about allergens, particularly in the last 10 years, where maybe 10, 15 years ago, we'd have been more frustrated when people had those reactions to what was on the menu. But I think now that we realise and we've educated, and we've been educated and we've learned that some people don't have a choice.
Right.
Some people can't eat gluten because it reacts bad with their body. They may have an allergic or intolerance. So I think that education is key, first of all. Because ignorance is bliss, I think that years ago chefs would have moaned and been disgruntled about it in the kitchens. It would have never got into the restaurant, of course. You would never have heard about it, but it was happening. But I think now we're more educated. We know more about diets. We understand more, and we need to be more flexible. But also, that brings with it a problem of waste. because we have to be mindful that this may happen. These problems may arise on a daily basis. So we always have to be prepared. We always have to have things ready just in case people come with these curveballs at the last minute, you know. So for us, I think that the key really is menu management. What I've introduced where I work, and it goes back to what you were saying before, is we reduce waste by utilising every element of every ingredient we use. Maybe, for example, a carrot. Yeah, we buy the carrots, we clean the carrots, we peel the carrots, we dry the peelings, we cook the carrot, and then we season the carrot with the dried peelings. Right. We make into a powder to season it, heightens the flavour, and it delivers a different texture on the carrot and an impact to the guest. The guest doesn't know they're eating what would have been a bygone waste product, but now it's more flavour.
Brilliant.
It's just intellectualising food, really, and thinking more about it. And I think someone mentioned earlier, Dougie McMasters in London, and he really talks about the fact that all the ingredients have a form of wastage, and it's only your lack of imagination that prevents you from turning those ingredients into something delicious. And it's the same for people with allergies or intolerances or vegans or vegetarians. I think we have to embrace them, because I think that there's a huge part of society that want to eat like that now. And why shouldn't they get as good a meal as somebody who wants a piece of turbot or wants a piece of lamb or chicken, you know? That's my answer.
So I think you've deftly managed your environment. So does your diner give you surprises? Do you get surprised, or do you have pre-reservations and you look at their likes and dislikes in advance?
Yeah, we all get. Yeah, we get.
I know you run a very fine establishment.
Yeah, we get surprises.
The head chef at the Falcon, Castle Ashby, and senior judge of the YCO. So do you have pre-reserved customers or guests, or?
We get all sorts of people. You know, we're a well-being hotel, so we get a lot of people that come for the relaxation, the yoga, baths, and with that we have a lot of people who also are vegan because it's in their diet, it's in their interests. So we always have to cater for those guests, but we also have, obviously, like you say, a fine dining restaurant. But in the fine dining restaurant, we have the two menus. We run at lunchtime a normal four-choice a la carte. And then in the evening, it's a tasting menu. So we utilise all the ingredients from every animal that we use and all the vegetables from either menu. So the lesser cuts will be used then on the lunch menu, and the more premium cuts will be used in the evening.
Absolutely.
But we have a bar as well that we have a menu for, and elements will be used over there. But the answer to your question is we always have a vegan menu prepared, always. And it is elements, and I think that all of us as chefs now, we introduce into our menus more things which are vegan, more elements of dishes which are vegan, because it means we're more flexible. It means we can adapt a lot quicker to those challenges.
Absolutely. And if there's a market for it, why not?
Absolutely.
Anybody who doesn't address the market, you know, any disruption must be looked at with excitement, etc. Thank you. I think you're a very visionary chef, and I think we should give him a big hand for taking on the world and becoming internationally inclined.
Don't need to do that.
I still feel a little upset about your chicken, which has been bereft of the skin, though. What do you do with your English roast? You have left a whole legacy of English food in our country, and so I grew up in an environment where I thought that the only European food available in the world was roast chicken and fried fish, right? Then, of course, I got a hard knock when I joined ITC Hotels, and it's insisted that the plump chicken needs to have a skin. Now, how do you deal with that? Is it skinless, or does it have a skin?
Well, it depends what you're going to use it for, right? So if you're having a roast chicken, you've got to have skin.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Just kidding. All right. Okay, so the most formidable-looking panelist is right here with his pastel blue tie, which is lovely, and he looks happy and content. Have you been having some Indian food as well over the last couple of days?
We're over here in India.
Yes.
I have seen
You
many
did,
things.
but you still look very happy.
I'm always happy.
Wonderful.
I'm very happy to be here in the first place after 2 years just been doing the work
Wonderful.
virtually. You know?
3 cheers to that.
Right.
Chef Henry Brossi, have I got this pronunciation correct?
Brossi.
Brossi. The R is silent.
No, the R directly after the B.
Okay, so we won't get into phonetics because then I'll have a problem with aspirates. But the chef is the head of the Lansdowne Club and senior judge at the YCO. And he is going to give us, and this is not a trick question, he's going to give us the big five of the sustainability cuisine agenda, your big five. And I promise to God that I will make sure that all these gentlemen follow it over the next couple of days.
Well, it's always lovely to be put in the deep end at the end, you know. But we can handle that. A big five about sustainability is, well, starting off with the people. There's a huge shortage on skill in our industry, I'm afraid. And you need the right people. You have to educate them to the right level to make them understandable what actually can be done, what sustainability means.
Absolutely.
And then, for me, one of the most important bits is actually I've been working in my career for many big, medium luxury companies. And it started off with the CSR profile, corporate social responsibility, where actually sustainability was built in. And it is now, on a lot of people actually, or a lot of companies used it as a kind of a tool because they must have it for building up their reputation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be perceived as in the luxury sector for looking after that. And it took quite a long while before actually, I would say, put the word where your mouth is, and some action is happening, and it is happening now fastly, I must say. It's great. So I would say people, it is ownership as well. They're playing a major part of it, because without the ownership, if you don't have the support from the ownership, you as a chef, you stand pretty much by yourself. And earlier on you said, what we're putting onto the plate, is it what the chef actually wants to put on the plate, or is it what the customer wants? So we still have to think about where we are and where are the real needs.
Right.
The customer is there, he pays, he asks, he has demands, which we need. For example, using fresh berries, summer berries in winter, absolutely nonsense, quite
Absolutely.
frankly.
I agree with you.
I always disagreed with it, but could I have the power to actually say, no, I don't serve it? I done it, and I got shot to pieces, and I had to put it back on. So the client also plays a big part. Then, of course, suppliers. Suppliers are, for us chefs, are one of the key things for producing our food, looking into sustainability, but they have to work sustainability as well. So that means it has to come. How they've been sourcing their goods, what kind of fish they've been getting. Actually,
Absolutely.
they're following the sustainability of the fish species. So that all comes to it. How to do the farming. We're all talking about plant-based food is massive. It's getting bigger and bigger. And we as chefs, we have to follow there. We have to actually change our mind, and we have to go that route, because it's not a route, it's actually a full-blown statement. When it gets bigger and bigger, and for feeding our people worldwide, you just not can live on meat, you have to do both. And the plant-based food plays a big part of it. But when it comes onto the supplier side, what they're doing how they've been feeding the animals, what they're doing with the waste, and so on. So that plays a big part. Wastage itself, we talked about just now and earlier on, wastage itself in our kitchens, a big drive has been taken to eliminate that wherever we can. And there are certain kind of electronic tools on there which the chef can assist. But at the end of the day, it's about how to manage his kitchen. Right? We are in the leading position. If we don't know what's going on in our places, then quite frankly, you're pretty lost, I must say. So if you've been aware of what's going on in your establishment, in your kitchen, and then you can specifically, you can target it, because we all know how to utilize food. For example, where I've been working now, it's a small organization, it's an exclusive membership club in the middle of Mayfair, a very posh clientele, and certain kind of waste automatically you will have if you're doing large functions. For any food that doesn't get cooked, but has to be prepared because you don't know about the numbers exactly. So there, we've been feeding the homeless via church organizations.
Brilliant. Let's give him a big hand.
Yes. So that's the only part of it. You cannot use what has been cooked already, quite frankly. But anything was left over, what hasn't been touched and hasn't been processed, it's a good use for that community. And there in London, it's actually quite good. I think we are pretty close to the 5 we had there, I guess.
3 minutes, okay. Okay, so Henry, may I call you Henry?
Because of course, you can call me anything.
I think you are a master. I think you're a master. I think what you've established as the Big 5. Young people, ladies and gentlemen, please listen to what Henry has said as the Big 5. There is hope. And I've also been told that we have 3 minutes. I've been requested to host the dinner this evening at an ITC hotel. Unfortunately, this is the marriage season, so when we try to do an outdoor function, which is just as well, because we couldn't do it, because we would have been sitting there with umbrellas and having a rain-drenched dinner. But I believe you have a better option, and you're going somewhere else. But God willing, when you come again, ITC Hotels will host for you the finest Indian cuisine in the world. That's my promise, okay? And on that very happy note, I am going to thank each one of you. And this is Dr. Parvinder Bali, Chef Steve Monclay, Chef Manjunath Mural, Chef Russell Bateman, Chef Henry Brossi, and I have a small couplet, an ancient Indian couplet, which I will help translate, if you don't mind, or you can throw me out, doesn't really matter. I have 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay. And it says, and strangely enough, it comes from a poet from across the border in Pakistan. But then, you know, we've never really recognized Pakistan. We think it's a part of India anyway. All right. So how does it matter? So it says that, and I will say it in his language, then I'll translate it. खुदी को कर बुलंद इतना कर, हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे, बता तेरी रजा क्या है. Make yourself so able and so open-minded. Make yourself so able and so open-minded that before every decree of change, even God is forced to seek your consent. On that very happy note, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Three minutes.
Irshad, I should say, Diwan Saab, always at your start of the conversation and the end of the conversation happens most romantically dramatical way. So, Irshad, Diwan Saab. Okay, so excellent piece of facts and information. Anytime we say it's brilliant, it's excellent, you always cross, all of you always get on to the next level, and then we have to say it is beyond par excellence, excellence over excellence. So thank you very much. All of you would request Ms. Aradhana to come up on the stage once, and Dr. Bose, if I could see, to felicitate our dear panelists, please. Ma'am, please come up on the stage. Ms. Aradhana Khowala. Chef Henry Brossi. Dr. Parvinder Bali. Chef Russell Bateman. Chef Manjunath Mural. Chef Steve Monkley. Divan Gautam Anand Saab. Thank you, Dr. Bose. Thank you, dear panelists. Before we to people to perform, as I said, not only to know, but to believe in what has been said and do it, perform it with utmost efficiency. To have this panel on the dais on board, we would please request to start with Major Mohammed. Member of the British Empire for his services to the hospitality industry. Welcome to the panel, Professor. Chef we would have Chef Shire. He is specialized as an instructor in culinary psychology at Harvard University. Followed by him, we've got Chef Gary McLean. He's a food ambassador, author, and executive chef of the City of Glasgow College. He's the winner of MasterChef Professionals. He's the National Chef of Scotland. And we also invite Professor David Foskett to command on this discussion. He's a professor at the university. He was the professor at the University of West London, England. He's a member of the Academy of Culinary Arts and the Craft Guild of Chefs. He's also the chairman at International Hospitality Council, London. Over to you, Professor Foskett.
Well, thank you very much. For this session, we're going to ask some students to actually sit in the front, and we want some students to ask us questions as well, because as this is about quality education, and as Peter said, the education is about students and the student journey as well, not us delivering it, but they want. Two things I want to say. First of all, last week I was talking to a pastry lecturer who said that we've had to develop a module in vegan pastry. So I thought, oh, that's a new one. So he said, yes, because the students were demanding a module in vegan pastry. They never thought of it before, but the students come up with it, yeah? And I want to say another thing, that one thing my wife and I argue with at home is this. It's the refrigerator. Because my pet hate is use by date, yeah? And if she, whether it's fresh vegetables or whatever, if the use-by date is gone, she will throw it straight in the bin. And I say to her, that's got at least a 3-day variance. Yeah, and I said, as a food scientist, I'm telling you it's safe. She said, I don't care what you're telling me. If the supermarket says it's used by that date, I'm not eating it, you can eat it. And one thing I would like to see the back of is used by dates in the UK. And one supermarket has already stopped used by date on fresh milk because they're throwing so much fresh milk away that could be used. So that's enough of my soapbox. So if the students are around, yeah, they can ask us some questions. Abdullah, have you got the students? Yeah, but I want to, first of all, go to Major Mohed Ali Shah, who's referred to as AA, sir, AA, because I know you've got to leave halfway through. But I want to ask you your view of what you think is quality education in terms of sustainability to improve the delivery.
That's a very interesting and a very intriguing question, sir. Thank you very much for that. Firstly, hello everyone. How are you all? You all had lunch? Sure? Okay. Hope you're awake. So it's an honor to be here and to be sharing the panel with this such eminent dignitaries and of course with Colonel Jones, who's himself been a colonel in the UK Army. He was heading the catering command of the UK. And firstly, let me tell you one thing. During the lunch break, someone happened to accidentally drop a plate of chicken curry on this round neck dress of mine. Accidentally. So I was like, oh my God, the next session is mine. Now what do I do? But that's Murphy's Law. When something has to go wrong, it will go wrong in the worst possible hour, in the worst possible way. And then luckily the session also was delayed further on, pushed forward by half an hour. So I got time to educate, time to clean up, and now you can't even see any single stain. Or can you? So this answers one of your questions, sir, about sustainability over there. Yeah. I had to, for Murphy's Law, it went wrong. Cleaned up the mess. I'm a vegetarian. Chicken curry was dropped over here. Right. So as they say, my dear friends, less is more. Let me tell you, in the army, Colonel Jones will agree with me, we are trained for living in a trench, in an underground bunker, sharing a 6x6 room, 6x6, literally where only a bed can fit in at the border. And we can stay in the most luxurious 5-star hotels as well. Why 5-star, 7-star hotels? And how many, okay, raise your hands. How many of you think that traveling is the best education that you can get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, wow. Lovely. Okay, perfect. You agree, sir? Superb. Which means when we travel, we learn different cultures, we taste different food, different cuisines, we learn different languages. So one important aspect, like in the army, when I was with the Assam Rifles, most of our troops come from Nepal, from the northeast. So these were Gurkha troops. So first basic thing we did was learn their culture, learn their language. Kashacha, Rambaroshacha, Tiksha, Aunus, Basnus. So if you converse with a person in his language, as students of hospitality, if you greet somebody in their language, like I was very pleased to hear many of you come up to me and say Namaste. So imagine the feeling I got. So similarly, if someone is from France, if I say Bonjour, comment allez-vous, right? So the person feels good. So in the army, again, we learnt was different languages. If a person is from Nagaland, like I served in the Nagaland for 3 years. Nagaland is a northeastern state of India. So they have, and I speak Nagamese better than I speak English or Hindi or Urdu or perhaps any other language. So when over there and Nagaland had insurgency, which means we were fighting counter-terrorism. In those hostile terrains, when people, the locals over there, the villagers, when they would see me carrying an AK-47 or with my grenades or my bulletproof attire, standing there, instead of feeling intimidated, they would feel that the army is here to protect them, to be with them. So earlier they had a different impression. That's one more thing. And we realize if we have to operate here, we have to first become their people. They should have faith in us. Similarly, your guests should have faith in you. There's no publicity, no advertising better than word of mouth. A person travels, a person tells you and talks about it. Oh, you know, I stayed there and wonderful. The treatment over there was beautiful. Just last night, I was at a function again, and incidentally and coincidentally and interestingly, it was a mix of defense personnel and people from the hotel management. So what happened was, a person, I will not say accidentally, one of the person received them, and it was very, very protocol way. You know, in the army is very protocol-wise. Colonel Jones will agree with me. So we have hierarchies that a general would sit here, a brigadier would sit here, a colonel, a major, a captain, so far and so forth. So one of the guests was received by a very hospitable catering student like any one of you, and he made him sit in the front row, on the front seat, where the general was supposed to be coming and sitting. When the general arrived, the general saw that the seat was occupied by somebody else, but in a very calm, sophisticated way, a captain walked up to this guest and told him, "Sir, would I request you if you can come back?" You know, it can get a little embarrassing, right? So it was very embarrassing for that person sitting there, but he got up very gracefully, got up and sat there. He calmed down, he went to the captain and he said, "You are doing your job and I appreciate that. Don't worry, I know how difficult it must be for you to come up to me and tell me that." So empathy, again. So these are small things which we use in the army to ensure that when we interact, when we deal with the person remembers us forever. And let me tell you, the hospitality in the army is considered to be the #1 hospitality in the world. Yes? Did you all know that or not? Raise your hand if you knew it. Wow, I'm impressed. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So some of you knew it. So some of you might feel bad, but yes, the hospitality in the army is known to be... Now, hospitality is not just giving you luxurious things. As I told you, I served in the line of control, and let me tell you, the area where I served, it was 30 meters away from our neighboring country, and we had very hostile relationships with them. It was even more hostile that time. So we used to put mosquito nets every night. And we would put mosquito nets not to protect ourselves from mosquitoes only, but because when you wake up at 2:30, 3 a.m. to have a glass of water, you would find at least 2 to 3 king cobras sitting on your mosquito net. You would find a Russell viper, perhaps a python. And in that area, they are minefields, of the vintage minefields. So now we knew we had to be there. We had to be there, stationed there for 2 to 3 years. So what we started doing was we started gardening at the border. Basics. Small trees, shrubs which were edible, which we could eat as well. So the ecology of that area also benefited. There was contribution to ecology. And apart from that, we were guarding our land. And when we would actually sit down for a meal together, the whole idea was having a meal together with the entire platoon. So it was that food, basic food. It was made on stones and a small little on a helmet. In a helmet, we would make tea. Are you imagining that? Imagine making tea in a helmet, but it used to be the best tea in the world. You can serve tea in the best of cutlery. Presentation matters, no doubt. But what is even more important is the heart. So if you enjoy doing something, 100%, the person you're serving or your guest is bound to enjoy it. But if I do it like my job, I am serving you tea because I'm asked to serve you tea, I'll just do it. And it's the vibration from inside. It comes across. It shows. So you got to enjoy what you are doing. There's a lot more, and I don't want to take the time of our eminent speakers. And as he had mentioned, okay, on such talks, I don't write down a speech. I speak from my heart. So that inspired me. So I had prepared a long speech, which was there with me, and I sat up the entire night, and that inspired me, and I caught on from there. So during the lunch hour, I said, okay, let me come and speak to them from my heart, what I believe in, and try to give them examples where you all could hopefully connect with. Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I'm now going to go over to Neil in England to ask him about how he feels we can deliver better quality, sustainable education for hospitality. And students, if you've got a question for Neil, he's there on the screen, you can ask Neil a question. So over to you, Neil.
Thank you. Hello, David. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
It's nice to see everyone. I wish I was with you, but as you say, I'm here in the New Forest, and it's a real pleasure to be here, so thank you for inviting me. Yeah, I think it's such a big question. I think just listening to some of the things that have already been said, one of the things that touched me a second ago was young people. And my experience of young people is that they really care about sustainability. They care about their environment. There's much more awareness of sustainability and issues around that than perhaps when I was growing up. These sort of conversations weren't spoken about. But in terms of hospitality education, I think it's a real opportunity to celebrate the creative nature of what we can do. I think the more restrictions you have on something, the more creative you have to be. And I was listening to one of the speakers in the last conference, in the last debate, and the example was around carrots and using carrot peelings as a...
To go back onto the carrots. And really, it's about not thinking of things as byproducts. It's thinking about produce in its entirety and exactly how you can maximize that. And looking at the availability of the resources that we have around us and forming communities and groups to celebrate things like local produce that then goes into educating the people around you. So chefs have this responsibility, but also an opportunity to educate those around them. So putting diagrams on menus of maps and things like that of where their ingredients have come from, and actually showing people that you can eat very regionally without having to travel to the four corners of the world. And obviously, going back to something that somebody's just said about travel, what an opportunity to go and explore other cultures and learn from those cultures and the techniques and those styles. So there is that opportunity to fuse that knowledge into and to bring that home, but to apply it to what's sort of more local. So I think, again, just summarizing some of the things that were said earlier, it has to be economically viable as well. Otherwise, if it's not economically sustainable, then the whole project is going to fall apart. So in a nutshell, I know that there are other speakers to go, but it's actually considering everything that you're doing with food. So picking up what you were saying, David, about the refrigeration and best before dates and use by dates and things like that. I think if you've got respect for your ingredients and you know how to treat them, and you know when they're at their peak, and you can identify when they're starting to go off. And we've got natural senses to do that. Obviously, our nose is our most powerful sense in terms of recognizing we're tuned as human beings to recognize when food isn't right. We have that natural instinct that we're born with. So it's using our senses to really understand food. But I think somebody else was talking about using berries out of season, but I've got a freezer full of strawberries that I grow here. We can't eat them all in the summer. So we freeze them, they're beautiful. The flavors are still there. Obviously, the structure of the strawberry isn't quite the same when it's defrosted, but you can still utilize it in many, many ways. So I think chefs are really celebrating fermentation, some of these really old techniques, ancient techniques that we have at our disposal, to make sure that when we do have an abundance of food produce, that we can ferment it, we can dry it, we can cure it. So even when food isn't in season, we still have very simple techniques that we can use to make sure that we're maximizing absolutely everything, and enhancing those flavors as we do so. So I think the students really have to think about every single step of the way. The whole thing is a cycle and a process, and the world is like that. The environment, nature is very much like that. And I think if we follow our natural instincts and we know what's right and wrong, then we've got every opportunity to keep learning, keep being creative, and absolutely making the most out of the incredible produce that the planet has to offer us. I'll leave it there, David. Thank you. I think I'm frozen.
Yeah. Carry on.
So good afternoon to the panel. So my question is that for sustainable development, one of the major factors in the hotel industry can be yield management. So what are your views on that, basically?
On e-management?
Yes.
Yeah. Neil, have you got an answer for that, or shall I go to...
Sorry, I didn't really... I think I may have frozen halfway through my answer to the last question. Did you hear it?
Yeah. What was the question again?
So, sir, my question was that in hospitality industry, one of the major factors for sustainable development is yield management. So what are your views on that?
Yield management, yes, yeah. That's a good question. Yield management, Neil, yeah. How can we improve that? Yeah.
Well, I think it goes back to what I was saying about economics. So we have to be managers, and again, a chef is a split person. If you think as a chef, you've got the creative, the cookery skills, the processes, learning about ingredients, all of those sorts of things. But then the other side of a chef has to be the economics, that the business actually works and it can afford to continue and reinvest in itself and all of those sorts of things. So when it comes to yield, it's a fundamental basic that chefs should be taught, that when they're looking at the requirements of whatever tasks they have in front of them, that they make those calculations and look at the produce that they're using, what's required from that. But also, like I said, don't think of a product to have byproducts like peelings and offcuts. And if we're trying to, one of the things that has happened, in the last 10, 20 years is that things have to look, aesthetically pleasing on a plate. Everything has to be very symmetrical and very exact and very precise. And with that comes a cost that there will be byproducts, or trimmings. But it's actually thinking about, right, okay, so we've got that premium piece of whatever it is, fish, meat, poultry, protein, vegetables, whatever that might be. But what is happening to the rest of this, and how can we maximize the yield from that to actually make sure that, from both aspects, that it's sustainable. We've got the responsibility of not wasting that, but also going back to the thing that I was talking about, creativity. I think the more restrictions that you have on something, the more creative you are, because you really have to start thinking, how can we use this? How can we maximize the yield? If we can maximize the yield, we maximize the revenue, maximize profits, and with that, we have a sustainable business going forward.
Thanks very much, Neil. Thanks. I'm going to turn to Gary. Looks like you're eager to come in. Yeah. Gary, what's your take on this quality education to deliver sustainability and improve what we're doing?
I think the big change, I did a speech a couple of days ago, I think it was taught, and my focus was on young people and how different that Gen Z generation are to anyone else who came before them. And a big thing that we do at college is we look at individual expectations and training. So when I went to college, we were all the same. We were all working in sort of 4- or 5-star hotels, and we're all going through the same processes. And it was a much, dare I say, a much simpler world. And fast forward 30 years, how the world has changed from a customer's point of view, even the volume of restaurants in Glasgow, when I was 16, there was 3 restaurants that I could work in that were of a certain standard. There's now 500, so the whole world has changed in our industry. But I remember being at the meeting. I've been in education. I've been teaching for about 25 years. I remember sitting in the meeting, and we were discussing, you know, the next year's curriculum and things like that. And again, when I was at college, we worked from Le Répertoire de la Cuisine, and we would have to remember the 10 derivatives of hollandaise and mayonnaise and all these sort of things. And I often felt as a young student that being in college was more about remembering French than it was about cooking. I don't ever remember anyone really pointing the finger at my hollandaise to make it an even better hollandaise. It was all about, do you know what to put in it to change the sauce? And these days, we don't really have to train that. We have to train the best hollandaise, and then the students got Google. So if they want to change it, they can look it up. So they've got the whole world at their fingertips. So I think education's changed, and it's been a big part of almost everyone's, every seminar today is about that capability of change and being able to look at yourself, you know. And again, there's a lot of educators in here. You know, when I first started teaching and you got a question from a student, I remember sitting, we don't know everything, but sometimes you would laugh a wee bit and maybe find an answer. These days, if you don't have the answer, you tell the student, I just don't have the answer. But someone Google it, someone have a look and see. So the whole world is dramatically changed, and I think you need to embrace that change.
Thanks, Gary. Do you have a question for Gary? Yes? Fire away.
Thank you, sir. And my question to you is that as students, what can we do to ensure sustainability on a niche level?
Sustainability in?
Sorry? Sustainability on a niche level, like on a personal level as students, what can we do? Since we already heard the business perspective of it.
Sustainability on a personal level?
Yes, sir.
Guys, I think what we need to understand is, you know, we've got lots of students here today, and you guys are all working at a high level. We've got a lot of international students who are here for a reason, because they are the cream of the crop coming from the best schools. But in relative terms, you guys are going to be making major decisions going forward for the next 45 years. And the power that you guys have in making change is unbelievable. You know, when you become executive chefs of restaurants, or even restaurant groups, or even hotel groups. So having that understanding of the rights and wrongs of what you buy, what you purchase, and how you conduct yourself is going to filter through, you know, generations of chefs that you're working with. And also that buying power. You know, you have the power to make that change. And I know it's often dictated by the customer, but there's got to be that element of education going back. We have a major power in hospitality to make a difference when it comes to food and utility and how we live and breathe.
Now, Andreas, I'm going to turn to you. I remember when I was in Hong Kong, you took me to a hotel, this fantastic buffet, and you said to me, unfortunately, a lot of that is going to be food waste. That was some years ago. So what's your take on the way forward?
Hong Kong is Hong Kong. And Hong Kong is the same like everybody else. We have problems we cannot clean up in a short term. We have no more land waste space. So food waste, of course, is a big issue. In the hotels, construction site, you name it, whatever. I think quality education starts, as we hear before in the past meetings, with the families first. Kids today don't even know what this food waste even means, because they're being served everything ready on the plate. They have never seen the food, how it looks original. Second, as the educator in industry, we need to review our curriculum outcome-based achievement. I must say, Hong Kong is not perfect, but I'm lucky I'm working for a government institution where, well, that's it.
Murphy's Law, as I mentioned. That's it. That's it.
That's energy sustainability.
I will leave Hong Kong away, okay? So, just So, I'm working for these government entities, and we are very lucky that the government comes to our school, to my school, to find solutions. So I have to do a lot of demonstration to the government, towards the government, how to overcome sustainability, how to overcome food waste. We have a composter, we have special vegetarian plant food events. We have a herb garden for our students to understand. Instead of ordering from overseas, we plant our own seeds. We're gonna plant our own vegetables. So it is really back to the mentors, to the instructors, to the school to look into their curriculum to see the outcome-based learning.
Thank you. Do you have a question from Andreas?
Yes, sir.
Yes, good. Far
good
away.
afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon to all the panel members. So my question is, like the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which states zero food for everyone. So zero food hunger. So what are your views about it that our college IIHM is promoting with Food Soldier campaign? So what are your views about it? Like our college IIHM is doing a Food Soldier program.
Hunger,
Yeah, Food
zero
Soldier
food
program.
waste.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Zero food hunger, of course. We have the same fare in Hong Kong as well. We have over 1.6 million starving people in Hong Kong. Nobody sees them. They're hidden in caves. We have, of course, a lot of organizations. I think almost 32 organizations who are approved by the government, who collect foods from hotels, as Mr. Brosi mentioned before, to distribute to this organization, charities. I can only say one thing, and I told my government the same thing. To blame actually is the supermarket chain. If you walk into supermarkets and you only look for one item, what you know, and you see 50 different varieties, you're going to ask yourself, how is this possible? People are starving on food. And in Hong Kong, we have every day 4.8 tons of food waste only from the supermarket. So we should really ask the government to make initiatives to stop this free market of filling up your supermarket with 38 varieties of milk products from around the world. Who will consume all this? So my students have the same question to me, why you teach me waste my food when you go into supermarket and there are 50 types of tomatoes available and nobody buys one by one. They only go for one type and the rest is all wastage. So it really has to go to the government to make decisions on what is available to purchase on the market.
Thank you, Andreas. Now I'm going to hand over to the most eminent Professor Peter Jones to sum up. Oh. And then we'll go back to the students to see if they have any questions.
Okay. Yes, thanks very much, David. Well, I think I can sum up to start with by acknowledging my colleague on my right here and his military experience. I started my professional chef's career, if you like, in the Army Catering Corps, and our motto was "We sustain." We were doing sustainability long before it ever became fashionable. We didn't have problems of food waste because we tended to try and reutilize and reuse everything. And I can tell you a myriad of stories about how we could turn things like porridge, breadcrumbs, potatoes, and fish sauce into fish cakes. And it worked every time. we didn't have those sorts of issues. And that's interesting that somebody talks about, you know, the historical precedents. And part of the reason was the reason Andreas has quoted as well, because we didn't have choice. We didn't have a myriad of choice of the different types of commodities. We had a very limited, restricted range of food items that we could use. So we became very, very adept at using all of it. All I'm suggesting is, I think we're all suggesting, is we all need to do the same. We need to be able to think creatively, to use the commodities in a very innovative way, but we also need to think about how we make that part of our overall food culture. And what we, if from an education point of view, I think one of the real things that we have to think about is, what's education really all about? Part of it is about the idea of creating a culture, changing people's behavior so that they recognize that we need to become more sustainable. And there are conflicting pressures within all of that, whether you go to the supermarket with this enormous array of milk products, or you actually find that you're looking to go back a little bit more down the food chain to see what can I do with all of those items which I've got available to me, in the case of the carrots that we've heard of already. So it's about thinking creatively, it's about thinking innovatively, it's about being inquisitive, it's about being curious. And that really is what education is about as well. And from a student's point of view, it's about challenging. It's about challenging the status quo. It's about challenging what's already there and asking the question, why? Why do we do it this way? Is there not a better way to do it? Is there not a more sustainable way to do it? And as educators, I think it's our responsibility to create the environment that encourages our students to constantly ask the question, why? And not, as Gary said, when we were training, there was no question coming from students as to why. You just did as you were told. Now we live in a completely different world and a completely different environment. We have to be prepared to be challenged, and we have to be prepared to change ourselves. As David said earlier, we need to change and change over and over and over again.
Thank you, Peter. Over, Andreas wants to say a few words. Yeah.
Sorry, one more thing. I think it's very important, and I don't say you have to be going crazy with this, but I have told my students, and we have a lot of them, and we have 3 restaurants, running restaurants. The students serve the customers, and sometimes it is necessary to educate the customer as well. It's always the customer comes to you, why I don't have. Mr. Brosi, yes, I have worked in clubs before. I know you can never serve everybody right. Every club member wants to have his food there. But sometimes, especially with sustainability, it's important that you stand up and discuss this and say, look, you need to be educated as well as a customer, not always us as a chefs, you know.
Thank you. Student, do you have any more questions? Yeah? Peter, you want to take this one? Yeah.
Just one more question. First of all, good afternoon to everybody present in this room. My question to you, Chef, is that educational institutes plays a very important role in order to make their students aware about the sustainability. So what all the measures they can take to tell their students about, to make them aware about the sustainability? What all the measures can educational institutions take to make their students aware about the sustainability?
Okay, so you're asking the question of an educator in terms of what should the educators do to make their students more responsible about sustainability. My answer to that is ask the students, because you're much more aware of some of those issues than many of the educators are. I think what you have got to do is what I've just said, really, challenge. You've got to constantly be asking the question, why? I think if you can then challenge and you can ask those questions, what you cause the educators to do is to think for themselves and also to think differently. And what we've all got to do, and I see education as a partnership, it's not a transaction, it's a partnership. And what we've all got to do is to actually understand what the nature of that partnership is, and also create the environment where we feel comfortable by being challenged, but also create the environment where we can be creative. We can accept that what the issues are, and we can all jointly find solutions. Educators don't have the solutions, necessarily. What they can help you to do is find the pathway to that solution.
Thank you, Peter. I think what you must do is challenge us. Okay? You've got to challenge us, because you are the future. Yeah? You're going to carry hospitality, tourism, sustainability forward, and we need to hear from you. You are the future. Yeah? It's like the pastry chef said to me a couple of weeks ago, we've had to create a pastry module, a vegan pastry module. I said, why? It's because the students are demanding it. Yeah? So we have to listen. And I always say to students, you know, we have to listen. That's why we've got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listening is more important than talking. Yeah? 2 ears, 1 mouth. Yeah? So if you have any more questions, do you have a question for the Major? Because he's escaped. Yeah. Sorry, who was that?
Sorry.
Neil, go on, Neil. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, I think that was a great question. And my summary of that is that we are all in this together. I totally agree with David in that listening is really, really important. But sharing best practice and celebrating sustainable wins, because then we learn from each other and we can take that forward and not make the same mistakes that we've made historically. So I think it's about celebrating those wins, communicating them, like I was talking about, educating your customers, educating those around you in that this is where our produce is coming from, this is how we're using it, these are the initiatives that we've got in place to reduce energy use and reduce wastage, and how we're innovating our practices and creating really exciting products going forward. So I think it's communication and sharing that best practice.
Brilliant. So as I said, do you have a question for the Major? Because he's got off lightly. Yeah. Yeah. No? Oh, well, there you are. Okay? So there we go. So it's been a very enjoyable session. To be honest with you, I've learned a lot today, and one thing I'm going to take home, and I'm going to try at home, is the carrot peelings. I'm going to really have a go at that. So that's a great... I won't tell my wife, because the carrot peelings always go in the bin. But, so thank you all. Thank you, Major, Peter, Andreas, Gary. It's been a very enjoyable session. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. Thank you to the students. As I said, your contribution is the most important. We want to hear from you. Remember, we have to listen. 2 ears, you're the 1 mouth. Okay? Take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panelists. True educationists.
Thank you, Neil, back in England. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely fine, Professor. Thank you, students, for absolutely real interface questions that gets you onto the ground and implement to execution. Superb. So now, maybe please request Professor David Foskett to felicitate the panelists. If you can just... Chef Gary McLean, Chef Andreas Muller, Professor Peter Jones, Major Mohammad Ali Shah, Professor Neil Rippington. That's fantastic.
You could give it to me the next time you see me, David.
Chef will send it through. We can't miss you out. We'll send it through.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you for joining in. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Welcome all students. We are here to guide you through your international journey. Uran Management Academy aims to make the process easier, comfortable for our bright students.
So wherever in the world you have seen growth and development happening, it is always the combined interface of academics to real practice. Academics alone will not be able to do anything unless and until we have the partners working on the ground. So the next topic that we have out here, we have also grown up the topic, developed the topic right now. The topic is enhancing the global partnership for sustainable development in academia and industry. And I would call the members to be throwing some light on the topic. To start with, Chef John Crockett, Senior Chef Lecturer at Cardiff in Valley College, BA Honours Education and Training, PGCE Certified Educationist, Hospitality Consultant, and our YCA Judge. Welcome to the panel, Chef. Big round of applause, guys. Oi, oi, oi. Chef Gert Streubel, please, on the stage. Celebrated South African chef and author, and a very dear YCA Judge. Chef Vineet Manocha, please, on the stage. Very Senior Vice President Culinary at Light Bite Foods Private Limited, and our YCA Judge. This session is going to be moderated by Chef Paul Jervis, Head of School, Westminster Kingsway College, and Chief Adjudicator, YCO. Welcome to the panel, Chef. And over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So the fifth panel of today is going to be focusing on enhancing the global partnership for sustainable development in academia and industry. And certainly from my point of view as head of school at Westminster Kingsway College, the partnership between us as a college and the industry that we're looking to provide to is the cornerstone of everything we do. So I don't want to steal everyone's thunder. So what it would be great to do is to hear from these wonderful people here how they run things, how they build partnerships, and exactly what it means to them and their learners. So, John, can I pass you across a microphone, and please just tell us a bit about the college you're at and essentially the industry that you work with.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, we're very, very fortunate at Cardiff Vale College, beg your pardon, that we've just had some, I think it was about 8 years ago, a brand new build of some 50 million, which we have a commercial restaurant at the front, which is services the students for enrichment and creates assessment opportunities. It's also a fine dining restaurant. So we've got basic skills lessons going on in the sub-kitchens, and then we obviously teaching the basic cuts of vegetables, the bechamel and so on, and then hopefully trying to get the students ready for industry. So we want them to be ready, be confident, go into kitchens, and then cut their own groove in life. You know, we've got some fantastic chefs out here that we've got, the history is there, but now we've got such a shortage in demand for chefs. They're gold dust, okay? At the moment, I've got people from the Cotswolds, Farncombe Estate. I took a bus of students up there the other week. They are desperate to work in partnership with us, looking for that future chef, okay? When I started off, my salary was about 9,000. Chef de Partie now in the UK is starting off at £26,000, okay? Head chef's possibility, £50,000. Chef de Partie, £30,000. Our industry is now actually paying what we're worth. Okay? And I think that's a big move. And then all these guys out here started off on really low incomes. They did their service. They worked with the best chefs. Because you want to be the best, you've got to go and work with the best. Okay? I was lucky some years ago to work with Henry Rossi in the Dorchester. One of the best experiences I had in my life. Okay? I walked into that kitchen. He made us very welcome. And I've never seen a kitchen with escalators in the back just to get you to different floors. Okay? And I'm keen to go back and visit now with the new director of Head Chef. So we've got to get the exposure to the students, make the connections, and help the learners on the journey with what we show them. And even we're connecting now all around the world over the last 2 years. George, my very good friend there from Ireland, Terry from Namibia, just to say a few. You know, we've all got together, we're all in connection. People are always looking for a chef, so then we can then guide the right person into the right kitchen and give them the best opportunity we can moving forward.
Wonderful, thank you, John. Garth, do keep the microphone, because we'll work our way down the line. But again, if you can tell us a little bit about where you're based and some of the difficulties that you might come across, but also the opportunities that you find in that partnership.
Good day, everybody. Yes, I'm from Cape Town, South Africa. Been living there for a long time. Have moved around all over the world, actually, but always kind of returned to Cape Town. It's a very beautiful place. We're looking for tourists, so if you want to come down, just please come, bring your pounds and come and visit us. We want tourism. As we all know, tourism's very good growth for the country. It helps employment and so on. So yeah, I'm actually from both worlds. I used to be in corporate. I was a corporate chef for Orient Express when there was still an Orient Express. And then we had a skills problem in South Africa. The government decided to close down all the training centers or chef schools. So we started a chef school, the South African Chefs Academy, and I did that for 10 years and retired after that, actually, but kept my consultancy business, which I do at the moment. I supply staff to restaurants in Sweden. We do that for 3 to 4 months of the year, and we look after and train people in kitchens in South Africa, hotels, restaurants, and so on. So from going from corporate to training and back to restaurants and hotels, we've just done a very beautiful contract at the waterfront, which really put us back in behind the stove and looking for skills. There was a hotel, a 5-star property that had been mothballed because of COVID, and they wanted to be up and running, and were taken over by a very large company, Accor Hotels. So they asked us to come and increase their revenue, turnover, food and beverage, and so on. But having the problem of COVID, they were obviously without staff. And the whole world is sitting with this problem that there's no staff. So what we try to do, and the concept we try to give them, is, as everybody has been talking, is base it on basically 3 pillars. You have to be sustainable. Yes, it's old hat now. But use something that people who come and eat in your restaurant can only get that anywhere in the world. Because we all know 5-star hotels, for example, you go in, they have a fantastic restaurant, but you really could be anywhere in the world. You could be in London, you could be in New York, you could be in Cape Town, you could be anywhere. And that's really the problem that we had with 5-star hotel restaurants. So what we try to do is to be different and be consistent. But being different doesn't mean that you must be so different that nobody wants to come. Find something that you can hang your hat on and do that. And we chose biodiversity. It's called Fynbos in South Africa. We're the only bio area, the Cape area, that has over 1,200 different species of plants. So, excuse me, I'll just have some. So what we try to do with Fynbos, you might not know Fynbos herbs, but I'm sure you all know about rooibos tea. Yeah, rooibos tea is all over the world. So there's rooibos, there's honeybush rooibos, and there's many, many different kinds. And what we're going to do, and what has been done in South Africa, is that they use some of the herbs from the San people, and they're going to introduce that into the actual herbs of the world. So you will find things like, in the near future, you'll find things like buchu, pelargonium, and so on as herbs that are being introduced. Now this into food gives it a very different taste, but we don't mean to educate people or educate the customers, because obviously we have to educate ourselves within this first. But we hope to deliver, or they hope to deliver, an experience that you can't find anywhere else in the world that is consistent. So I think going from teaching into the new sphere, back in the hotels at my age, yeah, a bit crazy, but anyway, we're looking for something that people can remember and make memories on that. And these are all kind of words that we all know, but it is a fact, and that's why people go to those areas. And that's what you really need to do, in my opinion. So, yeah, I hope that's answered some of you.
Thank you, Chef. Okay, so it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you all to Vineet. Thank you for joining us. And again, please give us some background to your place within the hospitality industry and how you see things progressing in terms of partnership with academia and the industry itself.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vineet Manocha. I am based here in New Delhi, and I work for Lightbite Foods, which is a restaurant company, and we run restaurants across various categories within India and overseas also. So some of my restaurants are Michelin mentioned, overseas. So we run restaurants at various levels in the world and within the country. Having said that, today, if I talk about academia and the industry, I would talk about the Indian aspect of it. There is a huge gap I see. I remember my times when I passed out from school, from the hotel school. There were too many students and too less jobs. Today, the wheel has changed. There are too many jobs available, but too few students. It is not too few students, what I have understood. It is too few skills. There is a gap in what the industry requires and what the students, I am specifically talking about the Indian scenario. There is a gap on what the students are being trained on, except for a few responsible institutions like IIHM being one of them, which are dynamic. The overall curriculum which India runs as for hospitality, there is a huge gap what the industry needs, because as we were listening in the previous panels also, India was a closed economy, and then in the last 20 years, there is a sudden boom which has happened. This has created a lot of gap between the demand and supply. There is it is very important for the academia to understand the need of the industry. If I talk about my company, we hire students from who are already trained for 3-4 years, and then we train them again for 1 year to bring them to our levels of service, to our levels of expectations. If we can bridge that gap, we can, provide many more jobs. We can provide much better salaries. We can provide much better facilities. So it is important that the industry, the academics, the academia understands the gap and brings about the changes, be dynamic towards what the industry needs.
So that's really interesting, because the struggle, and I can imagine John probably feels the same kind of thing with us, we're in a global position now with the last 2 years of pandemic, but just generally, where expectation is you're expected to be able to deliver the same quality but on less resource, and whether that's time, whether that's money, whatever. And certainly the FE sector within the UK has found itself challenged, where it's not only kind of stood still, but it's had cuts over time as well. So I entirely appreciate exactly what industry says, where they're saying we need them to have these skills, but equally the schools sometimes have less time in order to deliver that. I have to say, one of the big positive things that have come out in the UK from Ofsted is when they restructured to the new framework, and they basically changed it and simplified it to what they call the 3 I's, which is impact, implementation, and intent. And certainly one of the key cornerstones when I have to write my justification of courses and things is how do I involve industry within that? And I have to say, at the college we've been extremely successful, but equally, John, how do you think industry could flip that as well and say, how can we support you?
Back with myself in the UK, we've got, obviously, we are governed by awarding bodies, which then obviously City and Guilds and so on. The trouble is, I think there's a big gap between industry and academia, and I think the academics are still trying to train our new learners as we were trained. When I went to college, I was in college 5 days a week, okay, and the Thursday night would be your work experience in the restaurant or the kitchen. My students were expected, again, and I think we've got to go back to the governments here, they're cutting the funding. How am I supposed to prepare a chef in 34 weeks to go and work in the Dorchester, okay, the Royal Garden in London? I've only got 34 weeks tops. And the trouble is, the standards are written by industry, but take 10 years to go through the system. So by the time they're written, they're out of date. It's like your new phone, okay? And it worries me, because I didn't want to send a chef into industry that couldn't make a bechamel. Basic white sauce, okay, and its derivatives. So when we looked at the curriculum, they've got to cover courgettes, aubergines, carrots, not carrots, beg your pardon, onions and so on. So we're making ratatouille. Now, if I give one of my students ratatouille, they'll turn their nose up at it, okay? But if I make that ratatouille into a vegetable lasagna and introduce the bechamel, okay, and this is where we've got to be creative as academias, okay, because the curriculum's not right, it's out of balance, then the students are quite happy to try that dish. And I think that's what we've got to do, is be innovative with the curriculum and then make it fit for purpose for industry standards, okay? Because that's the only way it's going to fit it, and go home and practice what your mentors show you. I have students come in, we do week 1, basic cuts of vegetables. I think this is why Young Chef Olympia is still hammering home, you know, the cuts of veg on stage 1, because I think it's so important, okay, if you know your basic cuts of veg, but go home and practice it. I'll ask my student a week later to practice a julienne of a vegetable, a carrot, they've forgotten, because they don't go home and practice it. They don't research chefs at the moment in the industry. I went to Fancombe Marmon Estate, and nobody knew who Raymond Blanc was. All right, it was with myself and another member of staff knew who Raymond Blanc was. So it's quite worrying that as students, you need to research all the chefs here today, look at their history, look where they worked, okay? And take those skills and develop yourself in professional kitchens, because that's where you're going to earn at the moment and have a fantastic career moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly from my point of view, I would implore you to keep that year extra, because we're in such a rush these days for everybody to be the finished product, and that translates to the students as well. And that's what I see is the challenge for that generation, as they live in this instant world where if they can't do something first time, then they're a failure at it, or they're just not good enough, or they'll give it up. So from an academic point of view, I would implore you, because as chefs we're constantly learning, and I know the people who are here today, we're all still learning as well. So I do get the flip side where you're saying if I could get them trained quicker, then I'd take more staff on. But please don't ever stop that training. Are we? A minute more. Okay, Garth, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I just think we also have to look at a situation where we need to entice kids into the industry. I think, or youngsters into the industry. I think that they all think, oh, it's a hard life, it's hard work, and all this kind of stuff. We have to make it interesting to get people into the colleges that can eventually pop out in industry. And the amount of people that go into colleges but don't end up in the industry is also a frightening stat. So yeah, I think the important thing is let's get more people to go to the colleges and take it from there.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. Much appreciated.
Chefs, we have a question from my very dear mentor from Uganda, Henry. Yes, up to you. If somebody could just hand a mic.
Thank you. My name is Henry Wanyama. I'm from Uganda. Now, I have a question that might cut across between this panel and probably the panel that was there before, where we're here training and preparing people for the industry. But there's a challenge in the industry because we have another team that is part of the industry, but they don't have a hospitality background. We have the marketers and all the procurement officers and all these other people, and we're here talking about sustainability. Now, there's a scenario where the business owner doesn't care about your issues. All they want is they want to make money. They want cheese that is imported from Switzerland or some kind of steak that comes from somewhere, and for them, their issue is the money. So the marketing personnel will go and sell as much as they can. So it comes back to you as the chef, we need this, and it has to be done this way. And sometimes it does not really resonate with your ideology of sustainability. Now, the biggest challenge, for example, for my institution, my scholars go to work, and the first 3-4 months, they are repelled from work. And this is what they say to me. I'm going to say it in Luganda. Then I will interpret it for you. They say, Chef, ebintu byo birungi naye tebikola. Your ideas and everything you're giving us is brilliant. But when we go there, it doesn't work. Because to the other people, it doesn't make sense. For them, they want to make money. So my question is, how do we address that part of the team players that do not have a hospitality background, but they're also part of us? And many times, I think, they contribute towards the waste that we are trying to get rid of. They're going to bring all these kinds of cheese and everything, and the person we are making it for is going to consume only probably 25 or 30%. And then the rest, there's no one else that's going to use it. You're going to take a whole liter of whipping cream that is imported from wherever, and you're going to use only 200 mils of it, and the rest until 3-4 months when probably another customer who wants the same comes, then you can use it. If they do not come, it goes to waste. So how do we address that part of the team players in the industry that do not have a hospitality background? So that is to us here and the other people.
Wow. How do you change the mindset of somebody who cares more about money than anything else, essentially? It's a tricky one, and I've been in situations like this where I was fortunate to spend some time in South Africa, right on the Botswana border, on a game reserve. and I was speaking to the chef, and they get a lot of overseas clients who will come in and they will expect to have their Western food served to them. And I turned around and challenged him. I said, when you come to this place, and maybe I'm different because of my hospitality background, but I said, I've come for the culture as much as anything else. I haven't come, I could go to Regent's Park Zoo in London if I just wanted to see animals. But what I want to see and what I want to feel is the culture of the place. And so I implored him to serve food that he would serve normally to his staff and things like that, and say this is part of the experience. Whether you can challenge like the top of the tree who is money driven is easier said than done. But I think if you embrace a unique selling point, then business works. And that's the bottom line, is if you have somebody who you think understands business, then they should be able to understand the concept of it. Otherwise, I would simply move on.
That matchmaking is very difficult, Chef. You can't have both. No, you do, but then mostly I think that's the question only Henry asked, but I'm very sure it's in the mind of a lot of, the top operational leaders of the industry having the same question out. And I could see the expression, Chef Jervis, in your face when that question came to you. You already had the answer, a lot of answers actually, but I know it came out very, very subtle, in a very subtle manner. Excellent. Yes, Chef Vineet.
I just wanted to add a very small thing. Anybody who is, whether hospitality background or no hospitality background, understands money. As much as possible, when we do business, whether we run a training institution, whether we run a restaurant, a hotel, or any business for that matter, the aim is to generate some money and some employment and benefit the society and benefit the owner, finally. So if all the decisions, whether it is a cooking decision or it is running the business or it is sustainability or anything to do with any decision making, if it leads to making money, whatever small amount it is, it will be accepted very easily. Yeah. And that is how all the people who are in decision-making positions should lead their decision-making abilities too.
That's the equation that works. That's the chemistry that works, yes. Super, thank you all. I think it was the last panel, but the buzz was at heights. It did not go low. The moral is absolutely fantastic and to its, where it should be. That's YCO, that's Young Chef Olympiad. Thank you very much, chefs. I think, excellent. So I would just please request Dr. Bose to be felicitating our panelists. Hanji, Hanji. Chef Vineet Manocha. Chef Paul Jervis. Chef Gard Strobel. Chef John Crockett. Thank you so much, panelists, judges. See you all around. Big, fast, furious journey ahead. Request Dr. Bose to stay and share your remarks in terms of thanking the panelists. How have they performed? Because you are the final judge out here. And over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks to all the panelists, moderators, all the mentors, the chef assistants of the Young Chef Olympiad, the guests and ladies and gentlemen, the media and the press. We had a lovely, lovely session. And Very special thanks to the people who have joined online, right from London or Nepal or Mumbai, Anita Mendrita, Jyoti Mail, and of course the other people who have joined. It's been absolutely a very absorbing and very educative Congress. It's all been recorded, and we will be very happy to send you the link so that you can share it, or you can see it, or you can pass it to your college or the university. I'm sure will add a lot of value on the importance of sustainability in the hospitality and tourism industry globally. So with that, thank you very much everyone for being with us. We come to that end of a very exciting opening ceremony and the Global Congress on hospitality, on sustainability in hospitality and tourism today. And once again, thanks everybody. Students and mentors, please stay back. And thanks, and see you soon. Thank you.
With this, we come to the end of the opening ceremony and the conference on sustainability in hospitality and tourism. And now we are proceeding on to the judges and the mentors meeting. I'll request Professor David Foskett, if you could kindly come up on the stage. And so I'll request Chef Andrus, Chef John Wood, Mr. Paul Jervis, and Professor Foskett, all of you come up on the stage. Now we're proceeding towards the briefing. The main live on, which was live since morning, 3.3 million people, that's been stopped now. So we are only ones in the hall, nobody from outside is hearing us. So it's a little bit relaxed. And we've got Mr. Ronald Scott and the judges joining in the judges meeting. What I'll do is that the plan is, the first, we will ask the jury here, in case should you wish to address something to the contestant mentors, everybody. Once you're done with addressing to the contestants, the bus for the contestants is ready. We will halt for we'll just give a pause for about 2 minutes. The contestants will proceed to the bus, and this will go back to the venue where the dinner is organized. After that, we can proceed to the meeting with the mentors. And once that is over, the bus for the mentors will take them for the dinner venue, and then we can start off with our judges meeting. So we'll go with the contestants first, then with the mentors, and then with the judges. Mr. Ronald Scott has joined into the Zoom, and all the judges have joined in. Thank you, judges. I can see Chef Rahul Akerkar, Chef Hosang, Chef